11. Daring operation in the pre-dawn hours at approximately 2 a.m. local time in Caracas. Special operations forces, likely either from the Delta Force or SEAL Team 6, flown by the 160th Special Operation Aviation Regiment, the Night Stalkers, flew in from offshore from warships into Venezuela, into Caracas, to seize Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, to stand trial back in the United States. President Trump says he'll be holding a press conference at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. And this all comes weeks after President Trump vowed he will be striking Venezuela on land. And that's what we saw in the pre-dawn hours. And just ahead of the assault force going into Maduro's compound, we saw numerous airstrikes throughout Caracas.
Yeah, so we're having some playback issues here, and it looks like that package wasn't exactly what we were aiming for. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a live look at the White House. I'm going to ask producer Julie here, do we happen to have tweets lined up so we can do a little round robin of what we've been hearing from elected officials and other administration officials? That includes Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy. Duffy on social media earlier today saying this morning in support of the Department of War, and by the way, he's talking about flight restrictions in and around the airspace where this all took place. He said the FAA restricted the airspace in the Caribbean and Venezuela to ensure the safety of the flying public. When appropriate, these airspace restrictions will be lifted. Please work with your airlines directly if your flight has been impacted. God bless President Trump and the United States military, Secretary Duffy said earlier today. We also heard from Senator Mitch McConnell, a former top Republican in the upper chamber. McConnell saying Maduro is a thug and the hemisphere would be safer without his lackey of Iran, Russia, and China in power. The president has broad constitutional authority and long historical precedent for the limited use of military force. And I'm grateful to the U.S. personnel who carried out orders in harm's way. A free, democratic, and stable Venezuela, led by Venezuelans, is in America's national security interests. I expect the administration to brief Congress soon on how it intends to secure this outcome. Senator McConnell, who's retiring soon here, weighing in. Newly elected, or newly inaugurated New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani saying he was briefed this morning on the U.S. military capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, as well as their planned imprisonment in federal custody here in New York City. Unilaterally attacking a sovereign nation is an act of war and a violation of federal and international law. This blatant pursuit of regime change doesn't just affect those abroad. It directly impacts New Yorkers, including tens of thousands of Venezuelans who call this city home. My focus is their safety and the safety of every New Yorker, and my administration will continue to monitor the situation and issue relevant guidance. Mamdani being sworn in on New Year's Day. This is one of his first priorities as mayor. Vice President Vance responding to some of those who have questioned the legality of the operation last night. Vance saying a PSA for everyone saying this was illegal. Maduro has multiple indictments in the United States for narco-terrorism. You don't get to avoid justice for drug trafficking in the United States just because you live in a palace in Caracas, the vice president said. J.D. Vance also was not in the makeshift situation room at Mar-a-Lago, if you will. We heard that he had joined that via video call. Antonio Guterres of the UN, he's speaking up, saying, and by the way, he's the Secretary General of the UN. He says he's deeply alarmed by escalation in Venezuela, culminating with U.S. military action today. He's concerned that international law hasn't been respected. He calls on all actors in Venezuela to engage in an inclusive dialogue in respect of human rights and the rule of law. The United Nations chiming in, as well as AOC, saying it's not about drugs. If it was, Trump wouldn't have pardoned one of the largest narco traffickers in the world last month. She says it's about oil and regime change, and they need a trial now to pretend that it isn't, especially to distract from Epstein and skyrocketing healthcare costs. Those subsidies expiring at the beginning of the year. Ted Cruz of Texas saying the Venezuelan regime has for decades posed an acute threat to the national security of the United States and the safety and security of Americans. And Nicolas Maduro himself was a corrupt dictator and thug who systematically oppressed the people of Venezuela and threatened America and our allies. Domestically, he was straightforwardly illegitimate. Internationally, he supported American enemies across the globe, Islamist terrorists and narco-terrorists. Maduro facilitated, enabled, and profited from flooding the United States with drugs that injured and killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. Removing him from power will save countless lives and serve as a warning to all others targeting Americans. From the opening months of my time serving in the Senate, I have worked to counter Maduro's threat to the American people, secure illegitimate rule in Venezuela, and restore the country as an American ally within the Western Hemisphere. I applaud President Trump for his leadership, and I am deeply grateful to our service members for their execution of this operation. Heidi and I are praying in thanks and for the quick and full recovery of our injured. I still have not seen any numbers suggesting how many service members may have been injured. One thing Trump said, though, is that no service members were killed, U.S. service members. Emmanuel Macron of France saying the Venezuelan people are today rid of the dictatorship of Nicolas Maduro and can only rejoice at this. By seizing power and trampling on fundamental freedoms, Nicolas Maduro has dealt a grave blow to the dignity of his own people. The transition to come must be peaceful, democratic, and respectful of the will of the Venezuelan people. We hope that President Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia, elected in 2024, will be able to ensure this transition as quickly as possible. I am currently meeting with our regional partners. France is fully mobilized and vigilant, particularly to ensure the safety of its nationals during these hours of uncertainty. And Macron brings up a question that I've been asking our guests all night, which is Edmundo Gonzalez the frontrunner, if you'll put it that way? He was, by many third-party accounts, the legitimately elected leader after the 2024 election. Maduro remained in power nonetheless. A live look at Caracas on this Saturday evening. The time in Caracas, 8:45, just about approaching 8:45 in Venezuela's capital. Let's take a quick commercial break. Our coverage continuing in a moment. It's been a while since we've played out the press conference from earlier today where we learned from President Trump, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, and others about the operation that captured Nicolas Maduro and his wife. The group stepping up to the mic, giving some remarks, and taking questions from reporters. We're going to play this out after a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, you're watching live now. I'm Austin Westfall. A busy news day. It all began when we began to get images of the U.S.'s strikes. It began as strikes, like you're seeing on your screen. And then after the strikes, by the way, these strikes, our understanding was, according to President Trump, those were aimed at hitting air defense systems within Venezuela. That way, the second group could come in, the group that anticipated going into Maduro's residence. They took out the air defenses with the strikes, and then the team was able to go in after that once the defenses were down, and they were able to capture Maduro. That's how the president laid it out earlier. Maduro was taken from the residence. He tried to get into a safe room, but U.S. forces moved so quickly that they were able to grab him before he got to that safe room. He was then brought to a helicopter where he was transported to the USS Iwo Jima. From the USS Iwo Jima, he was taken by plane. And this was the first time we saw the plane as it was landing in New York earlier today. Eventually, the plane landing, and it took some time, but eventually we saw this shadowy figure in the dark of night, accompanied by DEA and FBI agents, Maduro appearing to have his head covered as he landed in New York, where he will stand trial eventually. Maduro deplaning, and then he and these agents heading into a aircraft hangar. Not too long after that, we saw what we presume to be the motorcade carrying Maduro, moving through the streets of New York. And then not too long after that, we got a live look into our newsroom, which we're seeing right now, showing an area of New York. And by the way, we don't have an exact location of Maduro's whereabouts, but what we do know is that he is staying in New York, and he will face trial in New York. These live images being brought to you courtesy of Skyfox, our affiliate in the area, Fox 5 New York. On top of this, we've also got this second camera. We anticipate eventually that Maduro will be brought to this facility. I'll be stepping off the desk here in a moment. Shauna Kalafi will be coming up. We do get any live images of Maduro being walked in or out of any of these places. We'll do our best to get eyes on it live in real time as it takes place. I'm Austin Westfall. Thank you for staying up with us as we've been tracking this busy news day. As I said, Shauna Kalafi going to be taking over. What I'm going to leave you with while we switch out here is the full press conference. President Trump, and a live look at the White House, by the way. The time in the nation's capital is 7:50. President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, all stepping up to the podium. I believe Stephen Miller was there as well. They gave remarks about what they can say so far happened in Caracas overnight. There's many questions still left unanswered, but here's what they relayed to us earlier during the press conference. And then again, Shauna has you covered after this.
Big stuff. We appreciate you being here. Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer. All perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark, and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, it's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, maybe like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea. We were just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a ready, what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as, we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship. They'll be heading to, ultimately, New York. And then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United States, Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they call police. They were brutal. But they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete, and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're going, they're walking their daughters, they're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana, and we have done that. It was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster, but it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there when they need us. We'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua, and they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst, they say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari, what happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons, a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and sold American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries, and not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines, and the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Monroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security strong, stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just, fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
We are watching President Trump's remarks following the operation in Venezuela. Thank you so much for watching live now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. Of course, we will continue to follow this story and any developments that come all night. I will be here with you for the next 2 hours, and we will continue to play out that press conference following the operation in Venezuela. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth speaking next. We're going to play the rest of that out for you right after this 2-minute break. We'll be right back.
With me when I'm in the old, baby, come roll with me. Even got folks in the Valley, Joe City, Midwest, down south, East Coast with me. Before the rap fame, baby, you were so iffy. Get ghost with me. Come on, play my song in the club, they bang it. See that thing on the floor, I'm gon' bang it. Your girl keep eyeing me, I wanna bang it. She too damn drunk, I probably won't bang it. When they play my song in the club, they bang it. See that thing on the floor, I'm gon' bang it. Your girl keep eyeing me, I wanna bang it. She too damn drunk, I probably won't bang it.
Left in the building and I'm feeling myself. I'm good with the ladies, I don't need no help. White tall tee, crisp jeans, post ones, dipped in bleach. Pearly white like some Tyler T. Hey, I am so goddamn good. I shouldn't even be allowed to walk around. I'm young. I got OG game spilling off my tongue. No, can't nobody hold me down unless his name is Anthony Loggers and that's my pops. He heard the album 4 months ago and said it's hot. So I'm just gonna build up fans. Babies and shake the hands, and make sure everybody else know that the West Coast is back now, we ain't playing.
When they play my song in the club, they bang it. See that thing on the floor, I'm gon' bang it. Your girl keep eyeing me, I wanna bang it. She too damn drunk, I probably won't bang it. When they play my song in the club, they bang it. See that thing on the floor, I'm gon' bang it. Your girl keep eyeing me, I wanna bang it. She too damn drunk, I probably won't bang it. Yes indeed, yes it's we, left in me, back with the recipe.
Yep. Yes, it's I, yes, it's him. Been gone a while, but guess what? We back again. What you thought we wasn't gonna come back strong as hell? Locked in the studio like jail.
Gon' step out tonight, yes, it's on. Got a big couch and back to stretch you on. Can't come back with luck unless you grown. Gotta send you out to a separate home.
So give me a call on the office phone and email me and put your girl there the song.
When they play my song in the club, they bang it. See that thing on the floor, I'm gon' bang it. Your girl keep eyeing me, I wanna bang it. She too damn drunk, I probably won't bang it. When they play my song in the club, they bang it. See that thing on the floor, I'm gon' bang it. Your girl keep eyeing me, I wanna bang it. She too damn drunk, I probably won't.
Sit. Brenda, sit.
President Trump speaking. Next up was Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. We are going to play out some of that for you now. Again, this video that you're watching right now, just coming out of our newsroom from New York, showing Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro being transported in New York, heading to the Brooklyn detention center he's set to face. No terrorism, conspiracy charges there in New York. We will continue to follow that. For now, let's continue listening to those remarks. Now, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth speaking about the strike in Venezuela. This is from just a few hours ago.
Okay, you want to go down? I don't know why you're going down.
Find the commander-in-chief equal respect and the American people deserve. As the president said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the
Excuse me,
greatest
guys.
Americans our
I'm
country
distracted.
has to offer.
Well, what are we
American warriors are
watching?
second to none. The best in the world and
Pause.
the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit.
I'll mute that for a second. Just to give you guys an overall brief of what you guys are watching. This is what happened last night. United States military, by the orders of the United States President, ordered an attack on Venezuela. We've been surrounding that country for the past month or so because they keep sending fentanyl, cocaine, and all types of drugs to the country. So for the past month, we've been blowing up their small transport boats. That's not how we normally operate, but under this presidency, we are now. Normally, what we would do is we visit and board the vessel, remove those individuals, check for the product after we found it, and take them into custody. Not under this president, we just blow you up. So what happened was, by air, land, and sea, we marched forward towards Mr. Maduro, the president of Venezuela. We marched onto his property, on his compound, handled his soldiers that were guarding his house, made entry into his house, handled the guards that were guarding his house internally, copy, and then proceeded to find Mr. Maduro, the president of Venezuela, trying to make it to a safe room, which is fortified with probably a steel door that would require probably a breach charge, copy. So right before he could close that door, some special operators got him. And now they bagged his head, took him and his wife, and they extradited, flew him to New York, where he's gonna wait trial. So in the interim, the United States government is gonna take control over Venezuela, and we're gonna run it. They've got a lot of oil. Papa like oil. So what's gonna happen is we're gonna run the country for a while until they can get their shit straight and we can find out who can really run the country from within. However, mark this in your history books, you are living through history. The copy. So that's what is going on right now. And they're basically briefing us on what's gonna be going on in the future. And that's a breakdown of what the operation was, as far as I know. And that's the only that's the only thing I know about it. So I'll unmute because they're trying to let America know basically what the fuck is going on.
Teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists. And we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise, it involved more than 150 aircraft,
launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose, to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force.
You're listening to the press conference from leaders, including President Trump, following the Venezuela strikes. But we do want to show you this new video we just got moments ago. This is the helicopter carrying Nicolas Maduro headed to the Brooklyn Detention Center. This video just coming into our newsroom. You can see the helicopter there taking off. We watched him exit a vehicle and get into that helicopter. And now we see it taking off there, heading to the Brooklyn Detention Center. This is a look from New York City as that helicopter took off just a few moments ago. We wanted to bring you that video. Maduro inside of that helicopter after the Trump administration carried out a military operation overnight in Venezuela, capturing Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife, removing them from the country and bringing them here to the U.S. He is in New York, again, headed towards the Brooklyn Detention Center in that helicopter, set to face narco-terrorism conspiracy charges there in New York City. We wanted to bring you, again, that new video of that helicopter heading towards the Brooklyn Detention Center carrying Maduro. We are going to play out the rest of those remarks from leaders, including President Trump, following those strikes. They spoke just a few hours ago. We will bring you the rest of that press conference in full right after this 2-minute break. We'll be right back.
So basically, we're all watching this shit live, bro. Like, I'm trying to tell you, bro. This was bound to happen. I've been trying to follow this. Well, I have to watch the fucking news, but I've been trying to follow this for the longest. I didn't know that, damn, this is an unhappy Saturday for this guy and his wife. I promise you that. I mean, this is chess, not checkers, man. And if you didn't notice that there was a fucking full Navy armada outside your fucking back door, he noticed because he squawked a couple of his old ass fighter jets to fly towards him. Big mistake. We're still trying to get Putin to hang out with Ukraine and shit and get that under vote. That's like at the back burner at this point in time. But this was bound to happen. So now that we're in control of this country, hold on, y'all see this shit? Chess, not checkers, brother. So, I mean, as this, as the information is coming out, I'm just absorbing it. But at the end of the day, this was bound to happen. I was waiting for this shit to happen. And so now, since he's been transported to New York, I wonder what kind of treatment he's gonna get. Excuse me.
Venezuelan strike, and right now what we see is a live look at a helicopter landing in New York. This is carrying Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, who is headed to the detention center in Brooklyn there. This is alive right now. That helicopter landing just moments ago as we're watching right now. Maduro is in that helicopter heading again to the Brooklyn Detention Center. We also have a live look outside of the detention center where he will be arriving any moment. Maduro captured from Venezuela overnight Another look at that helicopter there, captured overnight along with his wife, flying out of the country and to New York City, where he will face narco-terrorism conspiracy charges. We watched as Maduro exited a vehicle, got into that helicopter, a short flight there. Right now we can see him coming out, heading to the Brooklyn Detention Center. We are watching this live right now, on Live Now from Fox. It looks like that shot went out, but we do have a live look outside of the detention center right now. We can see some movement there.
There's a good chance.
We just saw Maduro along with some guards coming out of that helicopter. He is heading right here to the Brooklyn Detention Center. We're watching this all happening live right now, on Live Now from Fox.
There's a super prison where El Chapo's at in Nevada.
Here. See if we catch a glimpse of
in the desert where it's hot. Nice and hot.
Carrying out this
Supermax prison, because he keeps escaping from all the other prisons, so why not add another motherfucking name to the category?
Moving him from the country and bringing
Alligator Alcatraz. Nah, too easy, bro. I think they want to keep him unless they have a Epstein accident.
On a helicopter, take a short flight there.
An Epstein accident, you never know,
we're
brother.
watching live right now as he is expected to come in. As we continue to watch this shot, if we see him, we will bring this to you live. Before this, actually we are seeing him on our other shot here outside of that helicopter. So we are continuing to watch this all live as Nicolas Maduro was transported from Venezuela to New York City and now headed to the Brooklyn Detention Center, set to face narco-terrorism conspiracy charges. This is after Operation Absolute Resolve, happening overnight in Venezuela.
Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Look at that. Militias, blacked out vehicles. That's cool. That looks like fun. Looks like a fun night. Working with your fellow buds. Knee pads and everything. I mean, what an operation. What an operation. Now, these individuals who are on this detail are going to live through this and say, yeah, I was part of that detail. What a story to tell. Aviator says that charge ain't shit but a fine these days. Laugh out loud.
Right now, Venezuelan
Well,
leader Nicolas Maduro.
I mean, the way the president addressed this shit.
Saw him exit the helicopter, and we're watching right now live outside of the Brooklyn Detention Center, where Maduro is headed overnight to the Trump administration, carrying out this military operation in Venezuela, capturing Maduro and his wife, removing him from the country and flying him here to the U.S. The UN Security Council also set to hold an emergency meeting on Venezuela on Monday at 10 a.m. And there's been a lot of commentary, of course, on these strikes from different leaders around the world. This happening overnight in Venezuela. Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro being captured along with his wife. We've seen those photos of him in captivity being flown to the U.S. and now arriving live as we're watching at the Brooklyn Detention Center, set to face a narco-terrorism conspiracy charges in New York. And President Trump has also said that the United States will run Venezuela, at least temporarily, and tap into its vast oil reserve to sell to other nations. We've been seeing developments come from this all day long. Again, this operation happening overnight in Venezuela called Absolute Resolve. We were just listening to the press conference from President Trump and other leaders happening just a few hours after that overnight operation in Venezuela. We are watching live now again as the car transporting Nicolas Maduro to the Brooklyn Detention Center in New York. And this is live right now outside of the Brooklyn Detention Center. In one of those vans is Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, who was captured along with his wife overnight in Venezuela, flown to New York City, and headed now to the Brooklyn Detention Center to face narco-terrorism conspiracy charges. Now, hours after this military operation overnight in Venezuela, President Trump did say that the United States will run Venezuela, at least temporarily, and tap into the oil reserves to sell to other nations. This action capped an intensive Trump administration pressure campaign on Venezuela and its leader, as well as months of secret planning to carry out this operation called Absolute Resolve. Speaking to reporters hours after Maduro's capture, Trump revealed his plans to exploit the leadership void in order to fix the country's oil infrastructure and sell large amounts of that oil to other countries. Now, we also have a shot here. This is right outside of the Brooklyn Detention Center where Maduro is heading right now. This is a live look for you right now as we're watching this transport process. We watched Maduro, along with some guards, get into a helicopter, take a flight there to Brooklyn, and now heading to the Brooklyn Detention Center. Now, earlier today, Venezuela's vice president did demand in a speech that the U.S. free Maduro and called him the country's rightful leader. We are watching live right now outside of the Brooklyn Detention Center where Maduro is set to arrive any moment. He is set to face narco-terrorism conspiracy charges in New York, and President Trump saying the United States will run Venezuela, at least temporarily, in the meantime. And as I just said, the vice president of Venezuela is calling for the U.S. to free Maduro, calling him the country's rightful leader. We've seen reaction coming from leaders in the U.S. as well as across the world after this overnight operation in Venezuela, capturing Maduro and his wife, bringing Maduro there to New York.
Ooh, frio, no jacket, person, no jacket, right bro. Now. It gets cold when your body gets cold, boy. And then inside that, what I heard about a jail out there in New York called Sing Sing. But you know, yeah, they gonna show. Look, ain't that a pile of snow on the street? Oh, so anyway, they took him to the coldest part of the country. They took him to Russia. They should have taken his ass to Alaska.
Outside of the detention center, you can see NYPD vehicles.
Ain't nothing but boxers.
And,
nipples out. Oh, leave me alone. Excuse me, my bad. I was having a moment.
Now we just watched live as he got out of a helicopter into a van, heading there to the Brooklyn Detention Center in New York after he was transported from Venezuela overnight. We've seen those photos of him being transported, and right now we're watching live again in New York City. This is outside of the Brooklyn Detention Center where Maduro is headed.
New York is so fucking corrupt.
Like outside of the Brooklyn Detention Center, Venezuelan leader Nicolas
Maduro got a problem with immigrants and shit right now.
Watching the transport process live right now on Live Now from Fox. We want to give you some background on this operation.
We'll see. We'll see.
Happening overnight in Venezuela.
We're about to find out.
Leaders today following this operation.
He's never felt these type of temperatures before. He don't even know where he's at. I wish I could stop this shit, but I can't.
U.S. forces had rehearsed these maneuvers for months, learning everything about Maduro, where he was, what he ate, as well as the details even of his pets and the clothes that he wore. Now, this was from General Dan Kane, who spoke during that news conference. He says that his forces were set by early December, and they were practicing, again, these maneuvers for months in preparation for this operation happening overnight in Venezuela. Again, this is a live look outside of the Brooklyn Detention Center. We see some guards there walking. We did see them putting Maduro out of a helicopter, entering a van, heading there to the Brooklyn Detention Center where we're watching live right now as we wait for him to arrive there. Now, Trump also telling Fox that U.S. forces had practiced the extraction on a replica building to prepare for this overnight strike where they captured Maduro and his wife. Trump said they actually built a house that was identical to the one they went into with all of the same design so they could practice extracting Maduro as they did overnight and then flying him here to the U.S. and set to arrive there at the Brooklyn Detention Center as we're watching live right now. We watched as he entered that helicopter, landed there in Brooklyn, heading to the Brooklyn Detention Center. Maduro set to face narco-terrorism conspiracy charges.
Plan ahead, right? That's what you call planning ahead. The epitome of planning ahead. I'm gonna build a model of your house, person. And this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go in through the back door. All right? Are you paying attention? Damn.
Yeah, I'm listening.
We're gonna go in through the back door. You're gonna go left. I'm gonna go right. I'm gonna clear this side. We have a fucking satellite image.
So this shot is outside of the Brooklyn Detention Center, but we also have a live look right now at the transport vehicles that are getting Maduro to that detention center. We saw him in a helicopter getting into a van, and now we're
My
seeing
job is secret, bro. I can't
from
talk
that
much
van,
about it,
along
but
with several guard
imagine
vehicles transporting him there to the
building the
Brooklyn
model of the
Detention
house. It
Center.
was
This is
pretty
a live
fun
look
to
right now
practice.
from New York City after he was flown out of Venezuela to the U.S.
Niggas
now
was
heading
not
to
ready.
the Brooklyn Detention Center to face
Chestnut
charges
checkers, guys.
there
It's
in New York City.
chestnut checkers, brother. I'll shut the fuck up, but it's chestnut checkers. If you know how to play chess, I promise you, checkers. Hey, skibbity bippity. Nah, nigga, this is checkmate. Get off the board, brother. Go play with that computer a few more million times. Checkmate. Good copy? Good copy. America, when we come to play, we're not coming to fucking lose. We're coming to win. There may be some casualties along the way. Hey, that's a sacrifice you make when you bang this flag. Copy? But you swore your shit in. I signed every contract. So when I say
watching the live transport of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro heading to the Brooklyn Detention Center in New York, he was removed from Venezuela overnight, flown out of the country to the U.S. Now, live right now, he is heading to the Brooklyn Detention Center, where he is set to face narco-terrorism
on the road and
conspiracy
shit.
charges.
Crash a little
President
bit.
Trump, after
Fucking
this
crash a little
operation
bit.
overnight
Fuck it,
in
he ain't going
Venezuela,
nowhere.
said
He ain't
the
cuffed.
U.S. will
Crash that
temporarily
shit a little
run
bit.
Venezuela
Boom, boom. Accident
and also
bumper.
tap into its vast oil reserves to sell to other nations.
You killed a lot of Americans,
on
brother.
Saturday represented America's
Talking
most
about all this
assertive action
high.
to achieve regime change in the country since the nation's 2003 invasion
Barking up the
in
wrong
Iraq.
tree, brother.
These
All
actions
right.
are raising new questions about the legality of the U.S. moving under a broader
They don't make
campaign
enough
against
cigarettes, bro. Oh,
Venezuela.
you good? Good, that's
And
perfect,
this was
because they
in
don't
the
make
middle
enough
of the night
cigarettes.
seizure
I
of
promise you,
Maduro
this shit
and his
gonna
wife,
burn the
Celia
motherfucking plastic
Flores
on this
were
one.
then transported on a U.S. warship and arrived in New York this evening to face narco-terrorism conspiracy
I'm ready
charges.
for this shit.
And this is beyond even the most
I wish I
high-profile
was on that
historical
mission.
examples of aggressive American actions
Well, I
toward
know,
this
did he get taxed?
these
Or what?
governments.
This nigga like a Christmas,
This
a
comes
Halloween
after
decoration.
a surprise. Oh, yes, we have lost the shot, so let's go.
He like a Halloween decoration.
Yeah, I
Outside
remember
of the
doing one of
Brooklyn
these
Detention
too.
Center, we just
Oh,
watched
alright.
as those vehicles transporting Maduro are heading there to the Brooklyn Detention Center as we're watching live.
You keep
We're
trying to
waiting
get
his
down,
arrival any moment now. We just watched him get out of a helicopter into a van heading there to the Brooklyn Detention Center, set to face narco-terrorism conspiracy charges after being captured from Venezuela overnight.
Go to sleep.
This is interesting, I promise you. Like, I wish I was on this mission, I promise you. Oh, man. I done been on certain missions and shit we don't talk about, but this would have been a fun one. This would have been a fun one. You know, you gotta hype yourself up. He killed how many people? Oh, is that right? Just give me the whole rundown. What we over here getting this motherfucker for? Oh, okay. This is easy. This is gonna be easy. Who's going in first? Who's going in first? I wanna know. What? No, not with us. No, not with us. No. Marines, they can do what the fuck they want to do, and they shoot up people in different countries. Oh. Go Navy. You broke my fucking bell.
We're getting another look right now at that vehicle transporting Maduro. The other vehicle we're looking at is outside the detention center. So this is a look over the helicopter just a little while ago. We saw him exit that helicopter, get into one of these vans, which is now transporting him there to the Brooklyn Detention Center as we're watching live right now.
Well, he's tripping.
Justice. Fucking with him. I mean, I promise you, you gonna FAFO, my nigga. You gonna FAFO, bruh. Somebody said, you're not from the Navy, shut the fuck up. You sure about that? I'm about as Navy you can fucking get. Oh no, black signal. What happened? Oh, switches.
Another look right now live outside of the Brooklyn Detention Center. We're watching the transport process live right now in New York as Nicolas Maduro is headed there to the Brooklyn Detention Center, set to face narco-terrorism.
They probably locked down the whole city. Nigga, I'll be out there with a camera somewhere riding a bicycle because you know traffic gonna be fucked. Riding right there with the police.
Helicopter. Then taken into a van, which we are watching right now, arriving there at the Brooklyn Detention Center. This is a live look from New York. We are awaiting his arrival any moment, and you can see his cameras also waiting for his arrival. We see a drone overhead.
I was gonna say, that's a drone.
Prepare for Maduro to arrive there at the Brooklyn Detention Center. He's in route right now. We just watched those vehicles heading that direction. This is a live look right now over the Brooklyn Detention Center where Maduro is headed.
Motherfuckers is locked up right now in that fucking precinct. We got who coming?
King Kong?
I don't know, nigga. I don't know. They gonna have to isolate that nigga.
All day after this overnight operation in Venezuela. My colleague Austin Westfall speaking to
I'm gonna say
a
bravo Zulu to all the troops.
Today. Let's bring him in.
DEA and everybody that was involved in this operation. Bravo Zulu, you guys did a great job.
At the Brooklyn Detention Center.
Mission complete. Go back home to your families or wherever you need to go, man. Duty centers.
The impact that this could all have. This,
But
of
good
course,
job
a very major
to
operation
anyone
happening overnight there in
from the
Venezuela.
service.
You know what's
that is
fascinating
listening to
about
my
what we've been
voice,
watching all
Bravo
day,
Zulu.
Shauna, is
Job
most
well
of the morning and the afternoon hours.
No casualties.
We were
Minimal
kind of just
casualties.
digesting
Copy.
everything that happened in Caracas
So
overnight.
I would say
we were digesting
look, the
the
news
military
out there.
operation itself. We were
Channel
pretty much
5.
asking ourselves, where does this go from here?
Channel
Where
5.
does the Venezuelan government go from here? Where does the U.S. go from here as
Congratulations,
far
guys.
as
You guys did
governing
it. Job well
Venezuela? Marco Rubio and President Trump have said that the U.S.
Oh,
will
look at
run
that
Venezuela.
lineup.
There's a lot of
All
questions
right.
looming over how exactly that will
Yeah,
work.
ain't nobody running
One
over
thing
him and
that
his wife. Remember
I'm speaking
that.
about with former
Him and
federal
his wife.
prosecutor Nima Rahmani.
She gotta go to the
about.
female
We were
center.
discussing the legal
Where's his
ramifications,
female at?
and really that's where the story's
Remember
gonna go
that.
from here.
Don't forget
we've
about
been
it.
tracking all night the movements
Him
of
and his
Nicolas
wife.
Maduro.
Took both
As
of them
we
out
moved
their
into the
bed. I don't
evening
know
hours,
what they
this
were
really
doing.
became a game of
But I know it was a
where's
lot of
Maduro?
casualties, I'm pretty sure.
We tracked his plane as it flew from somewhere in the Caribbean to New York. Eventually, we saw Maduro deplaning
Ain't it fun when you work for the
from,
government?
For
the most
airport
part.
in New
This
York.
government, you know,
Really in the
I don't
immediate
know about all
vicinity
that
of New York
government
City,
shutdown shit. And
he landed
motherfuckers
there.
arguing
We
and
saw
shit.
him
I'm not up
plane
there
with what appeared to be something obscuring
operations.
his face, which was something that we had also seen.
That would've
when
been a
President
fun
Trump
one.
posted those images.
Osama
It was a
bin
single
Laden.
image, actually. Of
That would've been a
Maduro
fun one.
in captivity. It seems that they've been either blindfolding him or just simply covering his face while he's been moved from place to place.
I'm not a police
What
officer.
we're waiting
I'm a
on
petty
right now
officer. United
is
States
Maduro
Navy.
to arrive
We
at
don't
the
play
Brooklyn
war
Detention
games, we
Center
fucking win 'em.
that we presume he will stay in. At least for the evening.
I'm not a clown, bro. We kill people, bro. We kill
his
people,
legal
bro.
path forward.
He's breathing. Him and his wife. They're gonna face justice now.
He put it plain and
Put
simple.
on one of those little old
He
ass
believes Maduro is
nigga
toast. He
with
thinks
curly white
that,
hair and shit, and just bang the
Maduro's
gavel.
defense team is gonna have a tough time fighting this.
Hey, I've been on the other side of justice.
Feed appears to be
He's
a
been
little
on the
bit
other
iffy
side
on
of
this. That does
justice.
happen.
Matter of fact, I'm hanging out with an
lots
outlaw.
of media covering this from every angle imaginable.
The
Lots
U.S.
of
just
people,
wants to install the
streaming,
leadership.
and
Yeah,
that's
I
why
know,
these
because
connections
the oil,
oftentimes can
brother.
drop on us or they can get fuzzy on us.
Because they
There's
want the
simply
oil.
just not enough bandwidth for everybody that's
I know what the
concentrated
fucking
outside
chess
of
move
these
is.
areas,
I
not
mean,
just
I
local
see
media,
it, I
not just
smell it.
national media. We're talking international
Maybe
media.
the gas price is going to come way
everybody,
down because we got
really
oil reserves in Venezuela now. But
outside
I'm pretty
this
sure we're not going to take our.
see if
Why
they
would we
will
go
get a
and do all
glimpse
this
of
shit
Maduro.
just to
Now,
let go
we're
of it and
not
say, hey,
entirely
thanks,
sure
we just wanted to help and then
how
walk away? Hell no, we
much
shopping
of
in
Maduro
Walmart.
will
nigga.
actually see
I
tonight.
want this
We
tire,
didn't know
that
that we would see him
tire.
getting off of the
I
plane
want all this
until we saw
oil.
him getting off of the plane.
And I'm going to
even
help
then,
you, get
that
you, and
obscure
get you, and
view
get
of
you, and here's
nighttime,
some money for
it
all
was not
that.
easy to make out
But
his
we're going to
fingers,
have
not
a
easy to make out
partnership.
who he
Shake my
was
hand
out
on
of
it,
the
on
people
me.
that he'd
Shake
be
my hand
playing
on it.
with.
Now, I
and
want
then
you to pipe me
obviously
some
we
oil.
saw him
Now, Russia,
being walked
we have to
to
worry
that
about
helicopter
China. We have to
moments
worry
ago.
about them. They're going to blow up a pipeline.
Again,
We run
couldn't
one from
really make out his
Venezuela to
face
America.
at all.
Doesn't matter.
They
You
seem to
know,
have purposefully
all your little
been
ships and
trying
shit
to
that you
either
was
hide
doing
him
all
from
your
the
little
cameras
stupid
or
shit with, giving it to
hide
China and
his-
them.
hide
They
him
like,
from having
oh,
any
America's
perspective or
involved.
having any sort of bearing
America's involved because
on
they was
where
like,
he's at.
man,
We're
give us
talking
the
with national
oil.
security analyst Hal
Russia
Kemper
and
about that
China,
earlier
give
today.
us the
Why
oil.
might they be
Venezuela, you
obstructing
guys
his
got a
view?
lot.
They said a piece
Now
of this
America's in
is
control
they
of the
don't want
oil.
him to
Y'all ain't getting shit.
included in anything
Because
that's
we're
going
gonna
on.
go
They
to-
certainly are separating him
Stop.
from his wife.
I'm
He and his
talking
wife were both
about a
detained
story
together.
that I
They were
heard
both flown out to
out to
Caracas
sea.
together. They were put
Copy.
aboard the USS.
I
Iwo Jima.
have to zip lip for a second.
And
I'm
presumably
watching
that's
the
where
chessboard
Maduro flew
move.
from the
That's all I can do.
warship.
Yeah, but you picked up
over
what I was
to
putting
New
down.
York. Unclear to me, by the way,
Checkmate.
exactly where Maduro's wife
So let's see where
is
this goes,
at this
China,
hour.
Russia.
A lot of what we've been
North
tracking
Korea,
has been
yeah.
Nicolas Maduro himself.
We gotta watch out
President
for.
Trump was speaking to reporters earlier in the day. He said that
What's
his
that country they keep on trying to play
plans
with?
to fix
They keep on trying to
leadership
fuck with our
void in
people.
Venezuela,
Taiwan.
are
We gotta
really
keep
to be
Taiwan on our
determined.
radar
There were-
because they
there were
trying to.
reporters
That's
that
where we
were
get our
pressing
semiconductors
President
for your
Trump
little
and Secretary of
smartphone.
State Marco Rubio earlier
Keep
today
fucking with
about
Taiwan, you ain't gonna have no
what a
smartphones,
US
and everybody in America
Venezuela
gonna go
will
crazy. I ain't got no
look like.
iPhone 30. I
Another
don't even
thing
know what
about the
iPhone
interim
I
leadership,
use
by the way, is,
So we gotta protect Taiwan
there
too.
is
Yes, a power vacuum in Venezuela.
yes,
Microchip.
power vacuum in Venezuela.
Venezuela has
Nvidia. I invested.
A vice president, and that vice president, by all accounts, appears to be the presumed interim leader. Her
My
name
bad.
is
We supposed to be
Delcy
watching
Rodriguez. She spoke in front of cameras earlier today. And the Trump administration has said that they anticipate that she and the other administration officials who remain in Caracas, the Trump administration anticipates that they will work with the U.S. government on a path forward, but Trump also said that if things don't go the way they want, then they are very much capable of a second wave of activity, military activity. What that would look like remains to be seen, but President Trump says that they are capable of a second wave, Shauna. So those are all the major threads that we're tracking, and obviously another camera kind of petering out on us there as we await for any sign of Maduro or perhaps his wife being taken into custody.
Yes, and we were watching this all happening live. We saw the transport into the helicopter, into the van, and now heading there towards the Brooklyn Detention Center. We can see a lot of armed vehicles and security there outside of the detention center as we await Maduro's arrival there. We saw, as you said, some limited views of Maduro, but we did see him being transported live here. So, Austin, President Trump also saying just a few hours after this overnight operation that the United States will run Venezuela, at least temporarily, in his words. Also talking about tapping into Venezuela's vast oil reserves to sell to other nations. What are the plans here moving forward for U.S. involvement?
That's the million-dollar question, is what will the U.S. do with Venezuela's oil? The U.S. has really not been shy about saying when they seized oil tankers, they were going to take the oil. Now that they have removed Nicolas Maduro from Caracas, they haven't been shy about saying, well, Venezuela has outdated oil infrastructure. In fact, they dedicated a decent portion of that press conference earlier today to pretty much describing the outdated oil infrastructure that the U.S. that the Venezuelans have there, and they said that that equipment was likely originally installed by the U.S. some decades ago. All of that stuff seems to be outdated at this point. So the Trump administration, their perspective on this is that they're basically going to be looking at their oil infrastructure. They're going to be looking to see how they can update it. They're going to be looking to see how they can modernize it. And then really what President Trump was saying earlier today is they expect to make the oil business, if you will, and the oil extraction out there more efficient. And the oil business in Caracas is almost as rich as it gets. President Trump says that once they start making money off of the oil in Venezuela, they're going to use those funds in order to help run the government. Again, that's sort of a framework, but there's a lot to be filled in there, Shauna, as far as what exactly that means. Again, who's going to be in charge? Who will be in charge? Will this be literally some high-ranking Trump administration officials that are going to be overseeing Venezuela? I think when he was asked about it at the press conference earlier today, President Trump pointed back to Marco Rubio and some of his other top aides and said, you know, these guys are very much going to play a role in how this thing shakes out. Now, does that mean that there's going to be a U.S. presence on the ground? Unclear at this time. But one thing's for sure, when it comes to oil, the U.S. says that they intend to use that oil, they intend to sell that oil, and when they sell that oil, they intend to use those profits in order to eventually help them fund their way of governing Venezuela. Unclear how long the U.S. plans to run Venezuela, but they say that that's what they're going to do. By the way, I was reading some reporting that says that there is no U.S. presence in Caracas at this moment. So there's a lot of questions as to how the U.S. even goes about starting on the path to running Venezuela. There was reports earlier today that there are still Venezuelan guards that are watching over all of the pertinent buildings in Caracas. So very much still a Venezuelan presence and very much still the footprint of the Maduro government in Caracas, and not a U.S. presence quite yet, Shauna, but U.S. officials say that that is to come at some point.
Austin, and we also heard from D.C. saying they don't see any threat to D.C. right now, but they are prepared to increase their presence if needed. Of course, everybody on guard following this massive operation overnight. And what we're looking at right now is a live view outside of the Brooklyn Detention Center. We also have another view of this transport of Maduro headed there to the Brooklyn Detention Center. We're watching this all happening live right now. He was transported via helicopter and then got into a van there, heading to the Brooklyn Detention Center, set to face narco-terrorism conspiracy charges. Now, as far as this strike overnight, the Trump administration did say that they had been planning this for months, practicing. He even said that U.S. forces practiced their extraction on the replica building before extracting Maduro and his wife earlier overnight in Venezuela. We're going to be talking actually to a former FBI security analyst about what goes into this kind of operation. Again, we're watching live right now outside of the Brooklyn Detention Center where Maduro is set to arrive any moment. Austin, what did you hear about this operation itself and what went into carrying out such a massive operation that they're calling Absolute Resolve to capture Maduro along with his wife overnight?
Basically, this thing involved more than 150 aircraft from 20 different bases. This was a surprise. This was, they effectively carried out a major surprise attack to the point of where, when reporters asked administration officials why Congress was not notified before this attack, the rationale they gave was because they didn't want anything to leak. They said Maduro was a fugitive. They didn't need to alert Congress before they did what they did. That's the Trump administration's position on this. But ultimately, they were able to get this done in the secrecy of night They go in first, and many people have seen the social media videos in Caracas, the explosions that were taking place overnight. Those explosions, we have since learned, was the U.S. military taking out air defense systems. They took out Venezuela's air defense systems so that way the next group could come through safely. That group was going to be the troops that were designated to go into Maduro's residence and capture him. And they ended up capturing his wife as well. So he and his wife captured together in the dark of night. The U.S. officials also said that they didn't say how, but they said that they did manage to make the entire area go dark. And that is something that you notice when you look at the social media videos of just everyday civilians who happened to be up and who happened to capture this thing as it was happening in real time. In fact, some people were up at the top of a mountain, and they really did get a bird's eye view of all the stuff going on. You could see a large swath of Caracas completely dark. So somehow, some way, U.S. officials, they were able to either power down the immediate area or just simply make it so that they couldn't be seen in the dark of night. They, again, said those were covert ways that they made that happen. They didn't tell us how they did it. But this was a massive campaign, Shauna. Raising Kane said, and he's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, he said this included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, B-1 bombers. There were other support aircraft involved as well. The U.S. military hardware didn't make it through unscathed. They said that they made it into Venezuela, and I believe it was President Trump that said that at least one of the helicopters involved did take some return fire. It did damage the copter, but it didn't render it incapable of flying. So, basically, the copter damaged. We also heard that there were reports of injuries of U.S. service members, but nobody died. So ultimately, all of the service members were able to come back. All of the military hardware was able to come back. And this was a huge undertaking. It's something that required, as you alluded to, months of planning, months of secrecy. And ultimately, we are going to have to watch and just see how this plays out in Caracas in the coming days and in the coming weeks. They were caught off guard. They knew something was possible. Of course they knew something was possible. There was this enormous military buildup in the Caribbean. The U.S. Was carrying out this pressure campaign since September, basically. So it wasn't that, like, Venezuela was completely in the dark. They had an idea that something was possible, but the timing, the nature of the operation, all of this was completely anybody's guess. We were asking the Associated Press's Will Weiser. He travels with the president. He's a member of the White House press pool. I asked him if there were any telltale signs that something was about to happen. He said no. And that was very much intentional. They did not want anybody, including the media, including Congress members, they did not alert anybody that this was going to happen. And the reason why is because they didn't want to give away their mission. This ultimately really did rely on secrecy, and it relied on them working in the dark of night and the element of surprise. Shauna, they ended up carrying it out, and they made it back with all their men and all their equipment.
Yeah, U.S. officials saying this took months of planning. They studied everything about Maduro, from his pets to what he ate. Again, a replica of the building that they extracted Maduro and his wife from. So this was months in the making, as U.S. officials said, following that overnight strike. Now, we've seen a lot of reaction coming in since this happened, both in support and against this action from the U.S. And we've also seen a number of protests, particularly in D.C. What have we seen a reaction from civilians as far as protests and speaking out maybe against this action from the Trump administration today?
Yeah, you know, it's fascinating because that's one of the most common questions I get. I speak with viewers often, and I like to ask them what their questions are about any given story on any given day. A lot of people were curious about the international and national reaction to this event. And yes, there were protests that were, well, I'll call them demonstrations. There were demonstrations that were in favor and not in favor of this. Everything comes with nuance when it comes to these things. There were demonstrations in favor of how the U.S. carried this out. There were plenty of protests saying, this is illegal. There were plenty of protesters condemning the U.S.'s actions, but at the same token, there were plenty of people in Caracas who were celebrating the removal of Maduro. So it really depends on which demonstration and in which geographic region you're talking about. We've seen, protests for and protests against what happened in the overnight hours. And you could say the same about Washington. You could say the same about Caracas. You could say the same about some of the other international countries that have weighed in here. And that's not just civilians, too. We've seen lawmakers here stateside, pretty much on a partisan level, depending on what side of the aisle you're on, you could pretty much guess how any given lawmaker felt about what happened last night. Many Democrats basically condemning how the Trump administration carried this out. And many Republicans applauding the Trump administration for getting rid of Maduro, a figure who has long been seen as an illegitimate leader, a leader of a narco state. And it's really, again, one of those things where it depends who you ask. The reaction really is mixed. And there actually was one Republican lawmaker who was kind of against the grain, if you will, Thomas Massie. Thomas Massie is the same Republican who was really coming down on Trump for the Epstein files, and he came down on Trump for his operation in Venezuela last night. So protests across the world, correct? And also, I'm just reading from the BBC also, as the dust was settling in Caracas, Venezuelans, they were reacting to news of Maduro's capture. They reacted with hope, they reacted with fear, they reacted with uncertainty, Sean. So it's a range of emotions depending on who you're talking about.
And we did hear from the vice president of Venezuela as well, calling for Maduro to be freed, saying he is the rightful leader of the country. We've seen U.S. officials, of course, also commenting on this on both sides, as you mentioned. A lot of reaction coming in right now. This is a live look outside of the Brooklyn Detention Center where Maduro is headed right now. And we have another shot right now of the transport vehicles, a huge crowd gathered there awaiting Maduro to exit those vehicles, and it looks like we did lose that shot as well. So this is back to the detention center, a live look outside as Nicolas Maduro is set to arrive there any moment now. He's going to face narco-terrorism conspiracy charges.
Well, I guess the moment of truth will be happening any minute. I'm gonna go ahead and say we got 8. What time do they have? They don't have the time yet. I'm gonna go with 8.
So
9,
we are
10.
working on getting a guest plugged in to our system here. What we're going to do is continue on this shot, because ultimately one thing that we do here at Live Now is we watch
What a
with
night
you.
for this motherfucker.
It's important that we carry these live feeds, and it's important that we watch them live, raw, and uninterrupted. It's important to us to bring you these things as they happen in real time, because we want to give you the full scope
Your
of
president
what's
supposed to
actually
be
going
running.
on down on the ground. And obviously, lots and lots of looky-loos, as you might imagine. I'm seeing some flags. I'm seeing, and it might be possible that our shot is dropping yet again. Legal experts immediately raised questions about whether this operation was lawful. Venezuela's vice president has demanded that the U.S. free Maduro and has called him the country's rightful leader. Maduro obviously now is not even near the Caribbean. He has since flown to New York. That's why we're watching these bump shots outside this Brooklyn Detention Center. We don't even know if we will see Maduro. We're not entirely sure how visible he will be. What we do know is at some point we expect him to be transported to this Brooklyn Detention Center, and it will be fascinating. Maduro will be on trial I was speaking with former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani earlier today. I asked him, this is a question that's on all of our minds. Once this thing does go to trial, will there be cameras in the courtroom? Unfortunately, the answer to that question is no. Just like the Diddy trial, this is a federal case in New York's Southern District, and that means they do not allow cameras in the courtroom there. I'll read a post from Attorney General Bondi. She says earlier today that Maduro and his wife have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. She says Nicolas Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. So, they will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts, according to Bondi. She says on behalf of the entire U.S. Department of Justice, she would like to thank President Trump for having the courage to demand accountability on behalf of the American people. She also thanked the brave military members who conducted the incredible and highly successful mission to capture these international narco-traffickers. As you can see out there in New York, Venezuelan flags, lots of interest, and that's probably an understatement, an intense amount of interest, really, as this NYPD van pulls up, and we are awaiting any sort of clarity on what we will be able to see, who will be able to see. When Maduro got off of the plane, it was very tough to see him. It was dark. He had some sort of face covering on. And then when we saw him transported to a helicopter earlier today, it was basically his back was turned to the cameras. You just couldn't make out Maduro very well at all. And I'm curious if we're going to see something similar here. So it looks like that audience is moving back. The crowd is either they're being told to move back, or they're just choosing to get some distance from these NYPD officers. Zohran Mamdani has chimed in. Zohran, of course, is the new mayor of New York City. He's only been in office for 2 days. He was sworn in on January 1st. And he weighed in on this earlier today. The reason why he's weighing in on this is because Maduro's going to be prosecuted in his city. Mayor Mamdani saying he was briefed this morning on the U.S. military capture of Venezuelan President Maduro and his wife, as well as their planned imprisonment in federal custody here in New York City. Unilaterally attacking a sovereign nation is an act of war and a violation of federal and international law, Mamdani says. The blatant pursuit of regime change doesn't just affect those abroad, he says. It directly impacts New Yorkers, including tens of thousands of Venezuelans who call this city home. He says his focus is their safety and the safety of every New Yorker. He says that his administration will continue to monitor the situation and issue relevant guidance as we see crowds out there in New York City, some of them waving the Venezuelan flag. Unclear to me if these are pro-Maduro or anti-Maduro demonstrators. One thing is for sure, these are pro-Venezuela demonstrators. And we'll continue to cover this as Shauna continues to work to connect with her guest. One facet of this that I've been following is lawmaker reactions to these. And you know what? I'm just looking through social media here. It looks like there have been some new pictures released of Nicolas Maduro. It did appear that Nicolas Maduro was photographed at his arrival earlier tonight at the New York Stewart International Airport. So we will work to get those photos into the newsroom. It does appear that there were more photos of Maduro released within the past half hour or so here. While I'm going through reactions from high-profile names, looks like Kamala Harris, as of an hour ago, responding to this situation in Caracas. I'll read her remarks verbatim. She says, Donald Trump's actions in Venezuela do not make America safer, stronger, or more affordable. That Maduro is a brutal, illegitimate dictator does not change the fact that this action was both unlawful and unwise. We've seen this movie before. Wars for regime change or oil that are sold as strength turn into chaos, and American families pay the price. The American people do not want this, and they are tired of being lied to. This is not about drugs or democracy. It's about oil and Donald Trump's desire to play the regional strongman, Harris says. If he cared about either, he wouldn't pardon a convicted drug trafficker or sideline Venezuela's legitimate opposition while pursuing deals with Maduro's cronies. Harris says the president is putting troops at risk, spending billions, destabilizing a region, and offering no legal authority, no exit plan, and no benefit at home. America needs leadership whose priorities are lowering costs for working families, enforcing the rule of law, strengthening alliances, and most importantly, putting the American people first. That was a quote from Kamala Harris, posted about an hour ago. Let's talk about the GOP reaction. Representative Anna Luna saying earlier today that Maduro put a hit out on Secretary Rubio when he was a senator. This action alone puts you on a certain list that you never come off of. Maduro is also responsible for the deaths of thousands of Americans. Paulina Luna saying, let this be known to any world leader. If you call for and or pay for the assassination or bounty of any U.S. politician, you will face the wrath of the entire U.S. government, and we will eventually eliminate the threat.
Yeah, so I don't know about it.
Anna Paulina Luna sounding off earlier today.
I'm tripping, bro. I'm trying
we're getting in
bro, like, you running,
pictures and images of the Maduro perp walk also. So these are things that we're going to have to work together in the newsroom. We're getting more videos and more photos of Maduro in captivity.
You describing the end of the world?
And it looks like more video and photos have been released, so we will work to get those into our newsroom as soon as possible. One other thing I'm tracking is the White House's posts on this. The White House has said that Nicolas Maduro had his chance. It was reported that Maduro was given plenty of off-ramps. The White House saying that those off-ramps were not taken, and so that's what got us to the point that we're at now.
This is a fucking shame, okay? This is a motherfucking shame. We got supporters and shit. Like, hey, look, here's what I got for you. When there's a mission, there's a motherfucking mission, okay? You copy? The job is this. This is the mission to be executed, okay? Now, there's no hard feelings from me towards the situation. As long as the military exercise was conducted in a professional way and it was done, and everything was going according to plan, I see no problem.
So we did hear from GOP lawmakers earlier in the day as we continue to look at images of these demonstrations in New York. One facet we've been tracking have been demonstrations worldwide. And while we're talking about lawmaker reactions, let's read out Senator Mitch McConnell's reaction.
McConnell said Maduro is a threat,
and the hemisphere would be safer without his lackey of Iran, Russia, and
Why are
China.
you laughing all the way to the door?
The president has broad constitutional authority and long-established precedent in the limited use of military force. He says he's grateful to U.S. personnel who carried out orders in harm's way. A free, democratic, and stable Venezuela led by Venezuelans is in America's national security interests. McConnell says he expects the administration to brief Congress soon on how it intends to secure this outcome. So, one more voice. I'll also read Mark Carney. He's the head of Canada. He posted this a few hours back, saying one of the first actions taken by Canada's new government in March 2025 was to impose additional sanctions on Nicolas Maduro's brutally oppressive and criminal regime, unequivocally condemning his grave breaches of international peace and security, gross and systematic human rights violations, and corruption. Canada has not recognized the illegitimate regime of Maduro since it stole the 2018 election. The Canadian government, therefore, welcomes the opportunity for freedom, democracy, peace, and prosperity for the Venezuelan people. Canada has long supported a peaceful, negotiated, and Venezuelan-led transition process that respects the democratic will of the Venezuelan people, in keeping with our long-standing commitment to upholding the rule of law, sovereignty, and human rights. Canada calls on all parties to respect international law. We stand by the Venezuelan people's sovereign right to decide and build their own future in a peaceful and democratic society. Canada attaches great importance to resolution of crisis through multilateral engagement and is in close contact with international partners about ongoing developments. We are first and foremost ready to assist Canadians through our consular officials and our embassy in Colombia, and will continue to support Venezuelan refugees. So, Shauna, that's just some of the reaction we're seeing on social media.
This is a live look outside the Brooklyn Detention Center. We are awaiting Maduro's arrival. You can see a big crowd gathered there, Venezuelan flags. We even saw some T-shirts with the photo that came out of Maduro in custody. So a lot of people awaiting his arrival along with us live right now as we watch.
So these niggas already got T-shirts printed with a nigga in jail? Alright. I want y'all to fucking think. Listen, pay attention, and focus. Free Tuck Beat. How you got shirts with a nigga face on it already? And behind bars. On me, nigga. How the fuck? What? At least that's what she just alleged. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know. I ain't see the shit yet. I really didn't. I ain't see that shit yet. Like, I mean, we just got this motherfucker a few minutes ago. Damn. Somebody know something I didn't know? Or you didn't know? Sometimes you shut the fuck up. Well, he already alluded to the fact that motherfucker, we was finna do this shit. That's why we didn't tell nobody in the motherfucking Congress. Cause they snitches. Snitches get stitches. So we kept this in a real group huddle, just like a football game. And we said, ready, set, what? Copy? That's exactly what the fuck happened. Nancy Pelosi, I believe she retired. You don't need no bobbleheads in this conversation anyway. We finna run in, we finna grab this thing and make sure there's no casualties besides his guards. You feel me? And that's exactly what the fuck happened. Mission accomplished. Alright, tweet, tweet, boop, boop. Went in, got the objective, got out. The casualties is at his palace, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Copy? I'm pretty sure they met some ops. So, for you guys who don't know what an op is, that's opposition. That's the opposition, an opposing force. Someone that's going against you, you know what I'm saying? You gotta try to educate some people sometimes, because not everybody be on that shit. Copy? So anywho, I would say you guys should give it a round of applause for your Navy, your Marine Corps, your DEA, your FBI, your Chair Force, and all those in the above that we don't talk about. It was a secret mission, now it's publicized. Copy? This is the way it goes. I'm not in the motherfucking department of fucking pulling up panties, nigga. I'll drop them though. We're in the department of killing people. And so tonight, or yesterday, whenever the fuck it happened, we showed exactly what we trained for. Ma'am, I was talking.
Outside of the Brooklyn Detention Center, we are awaiting the arrival of Nicolas Maduro, who is set to face charges there in New York. We saw his transport vehicle after he got off a helicopter, heading there to the Brooklyn Detention Center. As we continue to watch this live, we do want to bring in Fox's Rebecca Castor with more on the story after these overnight strikes and capturing Nicolas Maduro along with his wife, bringing him there to New York City. Again, this is a live look outside of the Brooklyn Detention Center where Maduro is set to arrive any moment. Rebecca, what else do we know here?
Yeah, what else do we know?
Yeah, well, Shauna, just think about this. It's going to be a monumental moment when we do see Nicolas Maduro arrive at the detention center there. Think about it. Just yesterday, he was the disputed leader, but still a leader of a country, Venezuela. And now tonight, he will spend the night behind bars and go through processing. And we are expecting his arraignment will be on Monday. So from a leader to now a criminal who is going to be on trial. But just to recap for viewers that might just be tuning in, this was a mission that was months in the making, involving nearly every branch of the U.S. military. And it's really significant that U.S. forces pulled it all off with no casualties to our troops over there. And now this head of state is in custody. So it will be really interesting to see what it is like as he is brought to the detention center there.
We will continue to monitor this. This is a live look outside of that detention center. Thank you, Rebecca, for that report, and we will continue to watch this shot for you. Let's take that back out live. Again, this is the Brooklyn Detention Center. Maduro set to arrive there any moment, facing charges of narco-terrorism conspiracy. His wife also captured along with him overnight in this operation in Venezuela. We will check back in with our reporters throughout the night as we continue to get developments here. Again, this is a live look outside of the Brooklyn Detention Center. We are awaiting Maduro's arrival any moment. We saw him getting onto a helicopter, then into a van, heading there to the detention center. We don't know right now where his wife is exactly. She will also be facing charges there as well. So we are waiting again for a look at Maduro, if we get one, exiting that transport van that we saw him get into, heading there to the Brooklyn Detention Center. We are watching this live right now along with you. We will continue to monitor this shot. We'll see if we get another glimpse of Maduro along with those guards transporting him there to the Brooklyn Detention Center.
There's gonna be some smoke in the city. I don't get it. I mean, if you're Venezuelan, okay, good copy. Shout out to you for your heritage.
We will continue to monitor this for you. If we see Maduro or those guards arriving there, we did see him getting into a van, headed there to the Brooklyn Detention Center. So we'll continue to monitor this shot. If we do see anything, we'll bring that to you live. Right now, we do need to step away for a 2-minute break. We will continue our coverage coming up right after this.
All right, so as we wait for these snapshots, as far as I'm concerned, as we're live right now, literally double live, here's what I got for you. All of the narcotics that have been coming into the country, all right, we're not just gonna stop at fucking Maduro. Now, I'm not too sure how much of a chess match this is gonna be, but it doesn't stop at Venezuela because Colombia, cocaina. I don't know. I ain't saying I'm foreshadowing, I'm just letting you know. And if we're gonna be doing a war on drugs, and the gentleman that is the president is serious about a war on drugs, and we can't leave out Colombia. I've been there. Beautiful women. Loved it. Didn't so much get to the food, but neither here nor there, go Navy. So now that all this shit is occurring, you know, just knowing what I do know, it's interesting to see how this is playing out. Because this is chess, not checkers. So while everybody lives their life through their fucking phones and ear pods and shit like that, there's a few good men and women out there that's out there, out to sea, out there overseas and shit, that's out here making sure that you can sit your ass on your fat ass and order Domino's and motherfucking look at Wi-Fi signals and shit and drive around your fucking cars, show off and shit. However common, she wants to talk. She always cut me off.
In Venezuela overnight, leader Nicolas Maduro being captured along with his wife and flown to the U.S. Headed there while we're watching right now. This is outside of the Brooklyn Detention Center. We are awaiting Maduro's arrival there any moment. And while we wait for that, we do want to play out a little bit more of a press conference that was held just a few hours after this operation took place overnight. We're listening to military leaders speaking about this operation. Let's play out a little bit more of that for you now.
Were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pet stand, moved, lived, what he wore, pet. I was pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel, so as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low clouds, ceilings. But when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire Joint Force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective, and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force and self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit, but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat powers so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And
make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all the time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this, we're going to take... This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, you know, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. This is a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy. But instead he wanted to play big boy. So now, you know, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. But I think the message here should be for the world. But the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not, generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody. But don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it will be instructive. Mr.
We were watching a press conference from a few hours after this overnight strike in Venezuela. We're going to play out the rest of that for you. There's a Q&A portion with President Trump. We're going to play out the rest of that press conference for you in just a moment, but this right now is a live look outside the Brooklyn Detention Center, where Maduro is set to arrive any moment. We've been watching the transport process as he's brought there to Brooklyn, flown overnight to the U.S. and to New York to face narco-terrorism conspiracy charges. And this is also impacting our airspace as all these operations are taking place. We have this from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy saying early this morning, in support of the Department of War, the FAA restricted the airspace in the Caribbean and Venezuela to ensure the safety of the flying public. When appropriate, these airspace restrictions will be lifted. Please work with your airlines directly if your flight has been impacted. God bless President Trump and the United States military. Now, let's bring in Reuters reporter Dan Catchpole, who has been covering these flight restrictions today in the aftermath of this overnight strike in Venezuela. Dan, how big of an impact is this having on commercial flights right now?
Sean, it's having a major impact for this area in the Caribbean. We've seen hundreds of flights canceled already into tomorrow morning, and we'll just have to see really how long this persists for. That really is unclear.
And why exactly is this happening? Of course, we know that this operation took place overnight, but as we just saw from Sean Duffy, we're not sure exactly when these restrictions will be lifted. What is the process of these restrictions, and why is this having an impact on our commercial flights?
Exactly, and there actually has been concern about the safety concerns in the area even preceding this because of military activity around Venezuela. So security concerns in this region are nothing new in recent months for airlines. They of course stepped up with U.S. military action today, raising it to these restricted levels of closing airspace, essentially, especially over Venezuela and in the areas around it managed by the U.S. Going forward, though, it really just depends on what comes next. And anytime that any military intervention begins, you can't really say it's over until everybody's back home and it's over.
And we're looking at... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, as of now, several major American airlines show flights that are due to land in Puerto Rico tomorrow morning, one of the major affected areas. It's still scheduled.
Blah, blah, where you at?
I think there's, I forget what, one of the major U.S. carriers, maybe United, 6 a.m. flight scheduled to land at San Juan. That's the first U.S. flight that is still says scheduled and hasn't been preemptively canceled. So whether or not that lands, we'll see.
Now we'll be watching that closely. What you're looking at right now is a map of that airspace. You can see clear in that region over Venezuela. Again, the FAA closing the airspace to U.S. carriers due to safety of flight risks associated with that ongoing military activity. The agency also issuing a security notice for non-U.S. air carriers, cautioning them from entering the Venezuelan airspace. And you can see on that map, it does look pretty clear there over that airspace. In your opinion, how long can we expect this restriction to stay in place? How long must people be watching out? They have a flight plan coming up.
I don't think my opinion matters one way or the other. It really just depends on when the chaos settles. If there's not ongoing military action, flights could be back tomorrow.
And a notice to British operators warned of the potential risk for anti-aircraft weaponry and heightened military activity if they're flying within 100 miles of that Venezuelan airspace. So a lot of cautionary messages going out to both U.S. and non-U.S. carriers. What are we anticipating here in the next few hours? I mean, we've seen flights be canceled. A lot of these U.S. airlines, at least, coming out and talking about adjusting their flight schedules. Should we expect more impacts coming up, and what should people do if they are heading to the airport?
Certainly, if you're heading to the airport, make sure to be checking the latest information, probably on the airline's website. Is probably the best place to go, but I'm not a travel reporter, so just make sure to be checking for the latest information, and I'm sure they have extra people staffing their call centers right now. Again, airlines are going to be monitoring the situation to determine how soon they can safely resume flying. The FAA, it really just comes down to when the FAA eases these caution and restrictions. As soon as that happens, airlines likely, I expect, but we don't have any reason not to expect that airlines will not follow the FAA restrictions, and once they are lifted, we'll resume flying.
And this isn't just in the U.S., even European, South American carriers also canceling some flights. Hundreds canceled just today as we continue to monitor this restriction on our airspace. Thank you so much, Dan, for your input here.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. And again, this is the tweet from Secretary Sean Duffy just a few hours ago, saying that in support of the Department of War, the FAA has restricted the airspace in the Caribbean and Venezuela to ensure the safety of the flying public. And when appropriate, these airspace restrictions will be lifted. Please work with your airlines directly if your flight has been impacted. Several European and South American airlines also canceling flights in response to this U.S. military activity near Venezuela, and several carriers also waiving their change fees for customers that are affected by this airspace closure. So make sure to check with your airline if you are planning to fly. That airspace remains closed right now. We will continue to monitor that for you. Let's take a short break. When we come back, we'll play more of that press conference from President Trump following this operation in Venezuela a few hours ago. We'll be right back.
So here's what I got for you. I don't know if they're gonna do a 2-minute break or what have you. Here's what I got for you. Right now, obviously this shit's going down in the history books, okay? Copy. You're living through some shit that you're gonna be able to, I don't know. Hopefully we all make it to have them grandbabies and shit like that. But it's gonna be some shit that you're gonna have to be able to talk about. And as far as I'm concerned, like I said, I want to say congratulations to those men and women in uniform that conducted this operation and got it done swift, hot like a butter knife. You feel it? So it is what it is. Now, there's way more shit that's a threat to America. I was trying to explain earlier about how China Russia have been pumping in funds to this country to produce these drugs that are killing Americans. Now, that's why we really, but however, come on now. You already know, that place is rich with fucking oil, so we know the real reason, to tell you the truth. But the best part about it is that, you know, I believe the people of Venezuela may be liberated and get to see what freedom looks like. I hope you got that. So we'll see how this shit transpires and what have you. But as far as I'm concerned, I was just alerted to this shit. I didn't know none of this shit was going on, to tell you the truth. I didn't know that none of this shit was going on. But now I'm like trying to follow the bouncing ball and what have you, because this is gonna be something that's gonna probably, it could lower your gas prices. We'll see about it. We'll see. But not one individual. I promise you, my flat is she wants to talk. My flat.
Continue to cover the military operation in Venezuela, capturing Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, transporting him to the U.S. They arrive in New York, heading to the Brooklyn Detention Center, and the White House just put out video of Maduro's perp walk. Let's bring this to you now. This was just put out a little while ago, showing Maduro there being escorted. This is one of the first clear images that we're seeing of him. We did see as he was taken into a helicopter and into a van heading to the Brooklyn Detention Center, which we were watching live, expecting him to enter there. So this is video put out by Rapid Response from the Trump administration showing Maduro there in New York City. You can see it says DEA on that carpet there as he's walking. So this is one of the first images of Maduro in custody. We've also seen those photos that have been coming in. This put out by the White House just a few moments ago. Before the break, we were watching the press conference with President Trump following this overnight operation in Venezuela. We want to play out the Q&A portion of that for you now. President Trump taking questions from reporters following this strike. This is from a few hours ago.
Mr. President, you said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now? Who's in power right now?
We're going to be running it. We're going to be running it, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing. That's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it's just a minor flow. It's actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground. So we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there. And they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
It's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
What's the group you mentioned that would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. And Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader. And your friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship?
She was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her. And she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today, he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So, just what your message is.
Well, he has cocaine bills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine, they're sending it into the United States, so he does have to watch his hands.
Did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved.
Sure. We call members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can identify because it endangers the mission.
If I could add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point. A lot of ships out there, they sort of know we were coming. Congress will leak, and we don't want to leak.
You were one of the only people to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know, the safe place is all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, did we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. There was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get into a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
So where is Maduro going to be? Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact
Well, eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
It's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards. Did that weigh on your decision?
Well, that's why we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you, how long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want the Venezuelan people to hold away?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. Their infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow-up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old, it's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to
in
oil
terms of China
and
and Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to. In other words, we'll be selling oil. Probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that? Oh.
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country. And they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms of, I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military troops to provide?
Team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro. And right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world going and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States, and frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
So what have you done to protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans?
Well, right now they're very protected because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago. Okay, wait, behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, is there a message here for Cuba and Diaz Canel?
Well, Cuba's an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about, because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people of Cuba. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, you know, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, you know, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, you know, they were, you know, all the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, they basically, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
Cutting off the oil flow to Cuba from Venezuela?
Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's an
The answer is yes.
Mr. President, is the U.S. aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't.
Mr. President, on Monday.
I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within, or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
Mr. President, is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years? You know,
well, you know, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial, so it's not going to cost us anything. We will. Well, we want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in, they're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be, it's going to be a very important, this is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries. And we also have to have energy, very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look, it was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the
Well, I don't want to get into the conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
Mr. President, can you explain, you said that Maduro was responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted of many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail.
I'm just trying to tell you, what I'm waiting for is to see whether or not we have said individual who used to run Venezuela in custody. Now, if we have a said individual in custody, I want to know, I want to see where his new apartment is. I'm sure it'll be a nice one, right?
We're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much.
I'm sure we'll see his apartment, or I mean, because you know the media can't wait to just show you. So I haven't the slightest clue how long this shit's gonna go, but if we're gonna be live, we're gonna be live. So it is what it is. We'll talk. Now, for these videos that they're showing right now, these are all repeats. I woke up to this shit. I'm like, what? We did what? Oh, okay. So I felt it was necessary and proper to ensure that you guys were abreast, because I talk to people all the time and they're like, I don't watch the news. Well, I do. So if you fucking around with the channel, well, I guess you're gonna be watching the news too, because this is part of my job.
Cambodia, I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours.
So what we got so far is that Mr. Maduro is in our custody.
In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out.
That's what I got for you so far.
Over the last 4 days, I got them to go back to
Mr. Maduro's in our custody. And he's been flown into New York, out of all places, New York. You know, Arizona or Nevada got a nice little, but you know.
That's Biden's war, that's not my war. But I want to stop the last.
All I got for you is, I guess justice is served real sweet in New York. I don't know. Only thing I know about is migrants keep getting released in New York. I would say that he's a migrant.
You know, I got data to pay 5%.
But, you know, he's charged with war crimes, so we'll see what happens. But anyway, y'all make up your own fucking mind. I'm trying to measure up.
Various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25, 30,000 human beings. They come from two places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities, you know, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it, everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this, I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you. That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we wanted to get something. Thank you very much.
Fucking Maduro.
You're just listening to that press conference from earlier today. President Trump speaking about the operation in Venezuela overnight that captured Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. And this is the video just put out by the White House a few moments ago showing the perp walk at the DEA's New York City headquarters of Maduro. You see it there. Now, Maduro will be held at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. This is the same facility that housed Diddy, Ghislaine Maxwell, as well as other high-profile defendants while they awaited trial. Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the U.S. That indictment also lists his wife and son as defendants. And that concludes our live coverage here on Live Now from Fox for the night. We're going to take a 2-minute break. After that, you'll see our overnight playlist that has that full press conference with President Trump and other leaders announcing this strike against Venezuela and Maduro's capture. We also have several interviews with experts about the impacts this is all going to have and what we can expect moving forward. Now, we do have some more meetings coming up in relation to this Venezuela operation. House Democrats are set to meet virtually tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. We'll be watching that and we'll bring that to you live here on Live Now if we get it. The UN Security Council set to meet on Monday about this operation, and then on Tuesday, Trump will reportedly meet with all House Republicans at the Trump Kennedy Center to speak about this operation overnight in Venezuela that captured Nicolas Maduro and his wife. Let's step away now for that 2-minute break. After that, you'll see our overnight playlist, and we'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning with more live coverage. We'll see you then.
Oh, bang it. They bang it. I'm gon' bang it. I wanna bang it. Bang it. They bang it. I'm gon' bang it. I wanna bang it. Bang it.
For the coast, I got money. Wow, yeah, hey. It's a party on the west side. I got money on me, on E, 100 on 3. Sheesh. Mike and Keys and LT. Yeah, they made it, but they made it like me. The shakedown, I got the backyard popping. 30 albums in, still dropping. I got dope in the knock, steady knocking. So quitting ain't never been an option. This is how it's supposed to be. Fighting, shooting makes the hoes leave. I seen way too many, that's tight. I'm trying to fuck by the end of the night. I wanna fuck her all night long. Put on her face, then I'm gone. So if she ain't gon' get it on, she needs to take her dead ass home. Bitch, we celebrate, getting naked. 25 years selling independent records. We at the front on this album. A lot of girls at the party, you can count them. You know I knocked a few, you just lounging. Look around, everybody clowning. Baby girl, she ain't yours, you mine. I don't wanna fight, let's just have a good time. Party on the west side, I got money on me. On E, 100 on 3. Mike and Keys and LT. Yeah, they made it, but they made it like me. The shakedown, I got the backyard popping. 30 albums in, still dropping. I got dope in the knock, steady knocking. So quitting ain't never been an option. All I smell is tree, Patron, Vodka, Landy, and Louis 1-3. A bunch of PYTs, pretty young things with grown woman bodies. Everybody getting loud. We left our pistols at home. Tonight is a good night. All I wanna do is get down. Right now I'm hella stoned. But I ain't alone. Everybody feeling right. Go shoot us off this fight's not a hater in sight. Holy Toledo, who is that over there sipping that mojito? She got an ass like a rectangle. I used to beat it back in 93. On the west side, I got money on me. On E, 100 on 3. Mike and Keys.
I couldn't even hear you.
You got no control? For the TV?
What?
No control for the TV?
What's wrong with it?
No, I'm talking about.
Oh shit, they're back. Hold on, they're back.
I thought you got the voice for the TV.
No, what you? No, they're back.
Are there answers?
Yeah, we just got it in.
Right, well, I don't think there are answers as we sit here tonight. Yeah, we were just talking to an expert on this, and they said that sort of removing a dictator is often sort of the easiest part, right? And then the transition, sort of what comes next, is often very, very difficult, as silly as that sounds, because this is a major military operation and, with major implications. The next steps could be quite more, even more difficult. President Trump he's always been a norm breaker, right? I mean, he is sort of in his second term really fond of like going into uncharted territory, but that's where he finds himself again, right? I mean, he said that the U.S. would play a role in sort of running the country. He said that potentially U.S. oil companies and energy companies could go in there and improve infrastructure of the refineries and the oil production and use that money to rebuild the country. But he also said that the new leader, the vice president, would sort of do what the U.S. wanted, and all of those raise very, very big questions. The vice president of Venezuela, her father was a well-known Marxist guerrilla. She was a major leader in the leftist government of Maduro. She's certainly not going to see eye to eye with Trump on every issue, and she's already said that she'd like to see Maduro released. She's calling on the release from the U.S. So this is obviously something that is not going to be an easy sort of task for the Trump administration to get along with her and to sort of see the country through a very difficult period. And we don't have any sort of timeline on how long these things are going to take. The word out of Mar-a-Lago today was the U.S. will be in place for a certain amount of time until it is necessary. Well, that doesn't really that's not a sort of reassuring timeline. And the other thing we should say is that Venezuela was already kind of in a mess, right? Like it's a country that has hyperinflation, it had food lines, it had shortages of medicine and food and sort of basic needs. That's been a sort of staple of life there for a long time. All of those things are going to get exacerbated, right, by this. There's going to be a period of instability just under normal circumstances, and sort of grappling with all the geopolitics and political implications of this, and trying to do it, while occupying a country is not going to be easy at all. The president says the Americans will be welcomed as liberators. Well, that's going to remind some folks of Iraq in 2003, right? We went in, we took Baghdad quite quickly. We eventually arrested within a couple of months Saddam Hussein, and he was hung. And then the real insurgency started, and this was years and years of a grind out, terrible conflict for the United States. I don't think we can say that Venezuela definitively will get there yet, but it's certainly possible just to imagine people on the ground not welcoming the U.S. forces as liberators, and this getting more complicated.
We've been taking a look at the streets outside of Stewart's Airport, just in case we're able to catch a glimpse of Maduro, perhaps a motorcade or some sort of transport of Maduro. We're not entirely sure if we will see anything on this camera, but if we do, we'll try and bring those images to you live. Will, do we have any level of clarity on where Maduro goes from here? He's in New York. We just saw him deplane. It looked like they had a covering over his face. He was being flanked by FBI and DEA officials. Where's he headed?
Well, the immediate stop will be to basically appear in court, right, and be arraigned. And the administration has said that he will face some semblance of the legal process here in the United States. He's going to face narco trafficking charges, drug charges. Exactly what that will look like. We could look into the invasion of Panama in 1989 and the arrest of Manuel Noriega, who was a strongman in that country, and he stood trial in Miami. There might be some parallels there. But immediately the United States sort of views him as a criminal, and they'd like to see him stand trial.
So the U.S. says they're going to run Venezuela for now, but the State Department hasn't immediately responded to questions about how the U.S. will run Venezuela. By the way, a live look at the White House, about 5:45, just past 5:45, in the nation's capital. General Dan Kane, he's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Will. He said the U.S. forces had rehearsed their maneuvers for months. They learned everything about Maduro. They learned where he was, what he ate. They knew details of his pets, the clothes he wore, etc. Trump said on Fox that U.S. forces had practiced their extraction on a replica building. What did you learn at the president's press conference earlier today? What stood out to you? It was a lengthy one. He answered a lot of questions. That part stood out to me. This was a very meticulous planning process.
I think that's right. I think that's a good point to bring up. I mean, I was struck about the fact that they basically had this plan in place, right, by last month, by December, sort of middle of December, and then they waited, 4 full days. We could have had this earlier in the week before New Year's, but they waited for the cloud to cover to sort of clear and to go in and get Maduro. I think that this is President Trump maybe hoping that people make some, comparisons to President Obama and the Osama bin Laden raid moment, right? I mean, I think a more apt comparison is like I mentioned a minute ago, maybe going in and getting Noriega as President George H.W. Bush did in I believe it was in 1989. And I think there are going to be a lot of sort of parallels to the situation in Iraq, potentially, depending on how things go. But the president wanted to make this very clear that this was a sort of very meticulous operation, that it took a lot of planning to do this. It was not a sort of a spur of the moment thing. And we've reported that Maduro himself and his government were willing to discuss with the Trump administration a plan to have him step down, months ago. And they were talking about him potentially stepping down over the next 3 years in sort of a more gradual process. But they were not, basically insisting that he remain in power forever, and they were sort of trying to head off these military, the military option, and the Trump administration was very not receptive to that. They said, you're a narco government, you're running an illegitimate regime, your elections were not legitimate, and we don't have any interest in keeping you in power if we can find other options. And this is President Trump, even though he campaigned on being the no-war president, right? He has sort of pivoted and made America first really about, trying to make it about strength on the world stage as opposed to sort of isolationism, which is what the movement sort of looked at traditionally. And so he said, like, we're going to go in aggressively and we're going to take care of this, and we're not going to sort of have negotiations. The other little sort of detail that I thought was interesting was, the president talked about how the forces going in carried blowtorches, right? Because they were afraid that Maduro might climb into this like steel walled room that he had, and they were ready to sort of extract him from that. Use the torches to sort of burrow through the wall and pull him out. But he wasn't able to sort of get into that room and sort of prepare because the attack came so quickly.
Our newsroom's getting a little bit more clarity on where this vantage point is located. We're hearing that this is in New York City. This is a camera planted on the west side heliport in New York City. This is a lane expected to carry Maduro as he arrives in New York following his capture. So, amend something that we said earlier, West 30th Street, I'm being told by producer Julie. So, my understanding, we had originally thought that this was a camera outside of the airport, outside of Stewart, but this is actually expected to be loosely the area where we expect Maduro to actually arrive in New York City. Will, moving forward here, I got to ask you, as a member of the White House press pool, you've been traveling with the president. Was there any indicators or any, did you sniff anything going on before this was announced in the early morning hours? Had the line gone quiet, if you will, for a moment, or was there any telltale signs that something big was happening before any major announcements were made?
I think this was characterized by really a lack of leaks, right? I mean, we and other outlets have reported that there was certainly, a possibility of military action in Venezuela. Trump had talked openly about sort of ordering something potentially. But, and I was there earlier in the week, and we had, Zelensky was in on Sunday, and then Bibi Netanyahu was in on Monday. And then on Tuesday he went to the golf course and sort of had a downtime vacation day ahead of the new year. And we were sort of focused, and I think the White House, frankly, was focused on those other conflicts as well. So this was not something that we knew would sort of take shape as quickly as it did, or in the form that it did. And I do think that sort of speaks to the fact that, like, they were able to sort of prepare for this in a very professional way over the last couple of months, but also keep it quiet. Which, when you have that many people sort of working in towards a shared goal, often these things are leaked in one form or another. And I don't think there was anybody who sort of saw this coming the way exactly it folded out, on this time frame, and had it come out on, Tuesday of this week, 4 days before, if the weather had cooperated, that would have been even more of a surprise.
We have a lot of questions about where this goes from here. One of my major questions moving forward is going to be Maduro, how a trial will actually play out involving Maduro. We'll have our legal analysts on a little bit later on in the evening to talk about that. Will, where does your coverage go from here? Major news day. As the weekend wraps up and as we head into the early part of next week, what are you watching for?
Well, I think that we haven't seen the last of sort of the defense and geopolitical, aspects of this, right? We could see President Xi in China, which was a Maduro ally, and in Russia and Vladimir Putin, which was also a Maduro ally, sort of look at Trump's aggressiveness and say, we could also be aggressive on our own right? I mean, we could see China potentially menace Taiwan, or Russia hold the line in the war against Ukraine, right? Or potentially make some more statements against NATO and aggressiveness against NATO members, given what happened with the war in Ukraine. And all of this is happening, of course, while the president is still trying to solve the war in Ukraine, right? And that's what he was talking about with Zelensky. It seems like a million years ago. It wasn't. It was 6 days ago at Mar-a-Lago when Zelensky came and they talked about that war. And then you also have Gaza, right? And basically the implementation of the second phase of the ceasefire, which is in many ways way more complicated than the original phase. You're talking about implementing security forces that are going to be international, that are going to try to, rebuild Gaza and also have a peace that can be lasting into the future. Any one of those problems in itself, just the war in Ukraine or Gaza, would be a huge problem on its own. Now we have the situation in Venezuela and just how sort of delicate it is. So, that's a lot. Trump is obviously a guy, he likes to be busy. He likes to sort of, show that he is working at a million miles a minute, even when he was in Florida, ostensibly doing his winter holidays. But, that's quite a full plate. And, what's interesting about all of this is these are all major developments and major stories, right? But the next steps could really even be even more sort of monumental. What happens after this? This is just the beginning than what we've seen right now. I think it's awfully sort of fun to cover the White House most weeks. I think this coming week will probably be quite interesting to sort of see as we start to see sort of how these things will play out. We're obviously not going to get all the answers, but I do think we'll at least start down the road on some of it.
The AP's Will Weiser joining us. Thanks, Will.
Thank you.
Of course.
Oh, boy. All right. What I got for you? Since they'll be right back, we can all shut the fuck up. Hopefully you guys can hear the fucking music and shit. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what the whole fuck. I'll listen to a track. What I got for you is basically, we'll see if I can find it. I believe we had 2 minutes. And I'm not too sure how this is gonna I don't know how this is gonna mesh with YouTube's algorithm, but stop me from trying. You guys have the ability to. Then you nailed it, bro. I don't know that shit. I know it's in here somewhere. Perhaps. I passed it and didn't realize it. It shouldn't be that far. It really shouldn't be. Guess I gotta type it in. I might have to. Never mind. Stop me from looking at it.
We've been asking all day about the power vacuum in Venezuela. That's one of my chief questions moving forward. At the press conference earlier today, President Trump said that the U.S. plans to run Venezuela, but obviously the big question is how? Jonathan, how do you work out that issue in your mind?
Well, I think we've got a couple of choices here, and right now it's unclear to me exactly which way this is going to go. But I can walk you through some of the scenarios. I mean, number one is you bring in an opposition figure. As we understand it, Donald Trump doesn't have a lot of confidence in some of those external opposition folks. I think there's similar skepticism as it relates to the vice president, the defense minister, the interior minister of Venezuela. Perhaps they were too close to Nicolas Maduro, or they're seen as too much a part of the narco state that the United States wants to disassemble. Then comes this question of U.S. ruling the Venezuelan government by proxy, if you will. That raises concerns, obviously, just in terms of the way that the U.S. government will be accepted throughout the Western Hemisphere, throughout Latin America. I think you're going to have a lot of concerns creep in there as well. For me, I got to say, though, the biggest challenge that we will have is making sure that we don't have disruptors. I mean, think about the last time that the United States had taken on a measure of this magnitude, going into somewhere like Iraq or Afghanistan and taking over the government for an undetermined period of time. What we rapidly saw was the intervention of radical forces. So in other words, it was Al-Qaeda, it was Iran, it was Sunni jihadists, Muslim Brotherhood. They all began to intervene to make it more difficult for the United States to manage. I'm worried right now more about China, Russia, Iran, even Turkey, Cuba, all these enablers of the Maduro regime. They don't want to see this happen. And while they can't undo it, they may try to disrupt the plans of the United States. So we're going to need to move quickly to prevent external intervention and to make sure that something is stable that can be sustainable for the next couple of weeks to a couple of months while we figure out what comes next.
You know, who within Venezuela comes to mind when we think about, what you and I were talking about was how the U.S. deals with the leadership vacuum, but eventually that issue is going to have to move over to somebody within Venezuela, correct?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the hope, right? Is that you have somebody that can come in that's acceptable to the United States, but I think more importantly, acceptable to the Venezuelan people. These are people who've suffered enormously under the iron grip of Nicolas Maduro. I think most of Venezuela wanted to see him leave. This reminds me a lot of what's been going on inside the Islamic Republic of Iran. You've got people that are probably just absolutely fed up with the regime that has forced them to go without and to suffer and to lack rights. As they have in Venezuela and Iran. So the question is, who, and we have these same challenges that we wrestle with now as it relates to the Islamic Republic in the Middle East. Who can step in? Who has the legitimacy to do so, the power to do so, and the ability to, let's say, ride out some of those rough patches? I think the United States will be a good partner here. I mean, I think there's a big difference between some of the experiments that we had in the Middle East and what we're watching now. And the big difference is that this is our backyard. We've got nowhere to go. We made this choice. It's not like they used to call it the Pottery Barn rule. You break it, you buy it. This is already something that we bought. I mean, it's within spitting distance of the United States. So we have a lot at stake here. We want to make sure that things go well. So now the question is, who steps forth, raise their hand, and perhaps volunteers for this position? And then, my assumption is that we'll have people like Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth reviewing those that, are volunteering and that are ready to step forth.
Edmundo Gonzalez was the person who was the rightful victor of the election, according to many third-party entities that tracked the ballot counting. Would we consider him to be the top contender?
Look, I don't know if there were any concerns. I don't know if there were any concerns, but I think the answer, seems like at minimum, maybe. At minimum, right? I mean, to have a legitimate political contender who had the vote stolen right in that last election. That should, I think, be an indicator that maybe there's somebody there we can work with. The question is, will he want to work with the United States? Will he want to work with the United States under these circumstances? These are highly irregular circumstances, not an easy thing for anyone to navigate. And I'm sure that there's going to be questions about the optics of this from a political perspective being installed by way of regime change carried out by the United States. And you got to remember that in this part of the world, the so-called global South, these are populations that are not necessarily pro-America. Doesn't mean they're anti-America, but it's not. They may be a little bit uncomfortable, and then more uncomfortable with what has been going on over the last 24 hours. So I'd say, again, there's a lot to navigate here. I don't want to pretend like I have any, hard and fast answers for how to move forward, but I do think there are options, and I think that's a good sign. We're not starting from zero.
The time in Caracas, 8:22 at night, a live look at the city. Jonathan, the UN Security Council is set to hold an emergency meeting on U.S. operations in Venezuela. It's going to be taking place Monday at 10 a.m. That's according to a council diplomat who spoke on the condition of anonymity to the Associated Press. We are hearing that this is coming after an emergency request by Colombia and support from China and Russia. What's the point of a meeting like this? What are they going to be working on?
They're going to slam the United States. Now, of course, there will not be a UN Security Council resolution because that'll be vetoed by the United States. But you're going to hear from a wide range of voices condemning the U.S. For this action. Now, I think it's notable, by the way, that no one was condemning the Maduro regime for acting as a transit hub for a mass amount of narcotics that were flooding the United States. No one was condemning the Maduro regime for its violation of human rights and the dignity of the Venezuelan people. That you're not going to hear being talked about, I think, at all during this emergency session. You will see a slamming of the United States, but this is what we would come to expect from the United Nations. When they're not slamming the Israelis, they're slamming the United States or our allies. But there are a lot of countries right now that are alarmed by this, right? You got to remember that the Chinese and the Russians just lost a huge ally in Latin America. The Cubans lost an ally on the Caribbean basin. The Turks lost the ability to move money through money laundering. And then there are a number of other countries that saw Venezuela under Maduro as sort of a fellow traveler regime. I'm hearing the Qataris are not very pleased about this. I mean, I think if you pretty much just look at any country out there that is autocratic, they are probably alarmed right now. One thing I'll just note, I come back to this now a second time, is the Islamic Republic of Iran. They're very nervous about what they've just seen because they were exchanging barbs with the president over the weekend, as he basically said that if the Iranians cracked down on some of the protests that were happening inside the Islamic Republic, that the U.S. would unleash. Now they see what happens when the U.S. is willing to unleash. I've got to imagine that the Ayatollahs are very nervous as well. So there are going to be a lot of countries that are going to want to weigh in. Not all of them will have the right to do so at this emergency session, but I suspect that this will be a round condemning of the U.S. on multiple scores.
I've been asking our experts and analysts all day today about the connection between Venezuela and states like Russia, states like China, states like Iran. There's a Hezbollah connection there too, isn't there? What level of clarity do we have on the Hezbollah-Venezuela connection?
Well, you have the what's known as the tri-border area, and it's abutting Venezuela, and this is where Hezbollah has carried out a huge amount of its money laundering operations. It's basically Hezbollah Inc. down there in Latin America, and so this delivers a significant blow to Hezbollah. There's no question about it. And it's happening at a moment where Hezbollah is already going through a serious crisis, right? I mean, the Israelis just gave them a thrashing back in 2004. They remain unstable, and without the kind of leadership that they had leading into that 2003-2004 war with Israel, The government of Lebanon has been threatening to dismantle Hezbollah. They want to disarm it. So this is a full-blown crisis for this Iran-backed terrorist organization. And now they're losing their back office. They're losing, at least in part, some of that financial engine that has helped drive it, as Iran is already in a tailspin and can't provide the kind of assistance that it had before. So this has some real benefits that we can see redounding to the Middle East, and that is, I think, an important component of this that has gone underanalyzed or overlooked over the last 24 hours or so.
Jonathan, we hear it live now, and you guys there at the FTD, we've been keeping in touch almost on the daily, talking about the U.S.'s pressure campaign against Venezuela in recent months. What was your reaction when you initially heard the reports and you really started to realize that something big happened last night? What was your reaction to how this operation was carried out and what they did?
Well, I mean, look, first of all, the president, with his entire approach to targeting some of these narco vessels, highly controversial, outside of the box thinking. The thing that I heard about this from a senior administration official was that the intelligence was exquisite and that they had total confidence in the process through which they targeted these boats. And when you have that kind of confidence, it means, well, you can begin to escalate. And we saw escalation, right? We saw the bombing of that port in Venezuela. In other words, they went from targeting things offshore to targeting things onshore. We watched the escalation of words from the president. That was, I think, also interesting to note, given that he was directly calling for Maduro to leave, to step down. And Maduro was defiant. And, well, this is a president that doesn't exactly appreciate defiance on the part of his foes and his adversaries. So for me, it felt like we were only going to escalate. And then, I got to say, waking up this morning, reading this news, I found it shocking, but not surprising. In other words, this was something that the U.S. always had the capability of doing. I just didn't see it happening in the time frame that it did. It just felt like everything moved at a very accelerated pace. Again, being an analyst of the Middle East, I immediately thought of SEAL Team 6 and that raid on bin Laden's hideout when we captured and actually ultimately killed bin Laden. I think it's a positive outcome that we got Maduro alive. We're able to bring him back, have him stand trial. I do still very much believe in the integrity of the judicial system here in the United States. So I think to have Maduro stand up in court, have his day in court, that's going to be really important for the legitimacy of this process. So I'm very glad that happened. That's a surprise too. So all things equal, I found it shocking, not surprising that it happened at some point, but surprising that it happened as fast as it did.
Jonathan Schanzer is the executive director of the FDD. Thanks for coming on.
Pleasure.
Slow that shit down. Here's what I got for you. What are your tax-paying dollars going towards? Hopefully it's towards some shit that, something like this. Now, if you do coke, fentanyl, all other shit, that's Colombia. Probably headed there next. I'll tell you.
I'm up in a drain for the cold hard mode. Smash chucking up, I'm screaming, set him up with board. Because I made that, I'm trying to see what niggas if they born. Staying to the round, tell they said he love us, girl, they marking. He can't sit down for the show as some popcorn to it. Mad at me, he cut the hoe, she say she like I banned it. I get on where I give a sick, thought you just might dance me. I try to sneak a scatter rap bang, but my fans know it. Don't get scared, nah, tell the people they been sleeping. Now they counting, big, now they shit scared, niggas creeping. You can put a leg my way through it to the sleep in. I turned in a band, boy, that bitch stay on my head now. Boo, boo, Michael gon' take off that mask. Ain't no some tears in this bitch. These hoes ain't legging from the ass. Of course, they just get feeling this point. I'm tryna blast. Are you scared of me? No competition. Go and find no. You all the hoppers come and fuck with me and took one on my block. Right through. Who's dope on me? Pulled over. I'm in trouble. Pull a 10. How to stash after I fuck her? Yeah, yeah. Don't be scared now. Tell the people they been sleeping. Now they counting dead. Now they shit get scared. Niggas creeping. You can better leg now. What they do ain't gonna sleep in. I turned in a band, but that bitch stay on my head now.
Accountability on behalf of the American people, and a huge thank you to our brave military who conducted the incredible and highly successful mission to capture these two alleged international narco-terrorists. Standing by is former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani. He joins us for lots of legal stories, and I gotta say, this is a unique one, Nima. This is fascinating. It's a foreign head of state that we're dealing with here. Why is a U.S. court claiming jurisdiction over a former head of state?
Austin, it is very fascinating from a legal perspective, and I prosecuted a lot of drug and human trafficking cases, but this will probably go down as the biggest in American history, really unheard of. Maybe going back to Manuel Noriega in Panama, for those of us who are a little bit older. But the United States does have jurisdiction over someone who is importing or working to import drugs into the United States. Now, you're absolutely right. Typically speaking, you cannot prosecute a sitting head of state. There's sovereign immunity. But there is a workaround, and the workaround is when the Department of State does not recognize that individual, whether it's a president, king, dictator, as the legitimate head of state. And here, the Secretary of State and Marco Rubio, they do not recognize Maduro as a legitimate president of Venezuela, and that's why you're able to get an indictment. So you can have immunity based on your position and your title as the head of state. You can also have immunity if you work for the government and you're engaged in official acts. And of course, we've heard so much about official acts with the Supreme Court and President Trump and immunity, but it's pretty well established that if you are importing drugs into the United States, if you are helping organizations that are designated as terrorist organizations by the Department of State, that is not an official act and is not subject to immunity. Some of the same arguments that folks had when it came to Prince Andrew and his affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein and sexually using young girls. No matter what your position is, if you're engaged in criminal activity that has nothing to do with what a foreign country does, that's not going to be subject to immunity. So those is going to be very difficult for the defense here to argue that Maduro has any immunity based on his position or because of what he was doing. And the important thing to note about the position, that sovereign immunity, is it's not something that's reviewable by the courts. Judges consider it a political question. So if Rubio, State Department, said that Maduro is not legitimate, that's it. That's the end of the story. And that's why the Department of Justice can go to the grand jury and get an indictment here.
But what challenges do prosecutors have with this case moving forward in New York?
I think the challenge will be really tying him directly to the drug distribution and the conspiracy. I think there's plenty of evidence, and you see it laid out in the indictment, that he was getting passports for these drug traffickers, flying them on government planes, housing some of these foreign terrorists in the government palace. So you see really identified what specifically, not just what Maduro did, but his wife Flores. She's not just being indicted as his wife. She was allegedly taking bribes. She had ordered hits on rival cartel members. So you really see them connecting the dots. And that's what makes these drug cases so interesting, Austin, is typically when you're dealing with any drug trafficking organization, and there's many of them named in the indictment, the Sinaloas, the Zetas, you have Tren de Aragua, which is a Venezuelan gang. You have FARC. When you have these groups, oftentimes the folks who are running the organizations, they go nowhere near the drugs. So you really have to connect the dots. And what prosecutors have in this case, before they even went to the grand jury to get the indictment years ago, is they have cooperators, people who are going to testify against these defendants. And that's how you really handle these cases, really peel back the layers of the onion, and whether it's wiretaps, whether it's messages, or whether you have witnesses who are willing to testify, that's how you get to the head of any criminal organization, especially a drug trafficking one.
What else stood out to you when you were reading through what Bondi released? I mean, it was I have it correct, I think it was 25 pages long. You went over some of it. Can you expand? Did anything else stick out to you?
It did, Austin, and you look at the charges themselves, and, I'm going back to, Noriega or El Chapo, some of these, big cases, but really narco-terrorism, and this is something that's rarely charged because it's a more recent law. It was passed after 9/11, but if you're engaging in drug trafficking to help a terrorist organization, there are very significant sentences under federal law. It's a 20 to life sentence. Obviously, a case like this would likely be a life case because we're talking about the massive amounts of cocaine that are flowing into the United States. And if you look at those machine guns and explosive devices, you're asking, well, why would that be charged? Well, those have a 30-year mandatory minimum if you're using that type of weaponry in connection with drug trafficking. So you're talking about 2 counts, which would be 60 years minimum on top of the 20 years for the narco-terrorism. And obviously, these aren't young individuals. These are effectively life sentences. So there's a very specific reason why the Department of Justice charged these charges as opposed to the RICO or drug trafficking or importation that you typically see.
A lot of questions that revolve around high-profile cases like this. This is something that family and friends always ask me leading into something like this. Will we have cameras in the courtroom? What level of clarity do we have for a case like this?
Unfortunately not. This is not something that I agree with, but we're going to be in federal court there in the Southern District of New York, where Sean Diddy Combs was prosecuted, obviously one of the most prestigious, probably the most prestigious U.S. Attorney's Office in the country. And unfortunately, under the federal rules of criminal procedure, there are no cameras in federal court. So we're going to see those courtroom sketch artists. We have to take this issue up with Chief Justice Roberts of the U.S. Supreme Court. I hope that one day we will have cameras in the court. I'm sitting here in Los Angeles, obviously. We've all seen high-profile cases, O.J. Simpson, Menendez, probably Nick Reiner is next. But New York, both state and federal courts, there are no cameras. That's why none of the Donald Trump trials, for instance, were televised because of those restrictions.
What is, in your opinion, the most important thread to follow moving forward legally for Maduro and his wife?
Legally, I think they're toast. It's going to be very hard. I wouldn't be surprised if we see either some sort of guilty plea or a pretty quick conviction here. I think it would be very difficult. Now, obviously, there's the whole political angle. I know, Austin, you've been covering it, but for folks who have asked me, there's very little that Congress can do to stop this. You're talking about someone who's under indictment based on laws that Congress have enacted. So the President of the United States does have the authority to order the arrest of someone who is under indictment, especially when they're not subject to the immunity. Now, I think folks in Congress, they might talk about this is an act of war and they don't have congressional approval, but I can tell you when it comes to the War Powers Resolution Act, it's really, even though it's the law that's on the books, it's not really followed by many presidents. There's little Congress can do to stop President Trump from going into Venezuela, if that's what he chooses to do so, without congressional approval. Courts that have considered this have said this is a political question, similar to who's a head of state or who is a terrorist organization, and they're not going to stop the president by ordering him to either not send troops or withdraw troops. So really, this is a decision that's solely made by the President of the United States, the Secretary of War, the Secretary of Defense. So legally speaking, not much that anyone can do. And I think, frankly, when it comes to Maduro and the co-defendants, they're likely going to be convicted and convicted very quickly.
Former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani joining us. Tongue twister on a long news day like this. Good to see you, Nima. Thanks.
Surveillance.
Thanks, Austin. I'm sure we'll be talking about this one.
You're being watched. Vehicles being watched. Everything about you is being watched. Copy. Don't say you didn't hear it here first. If you already knew that shit, it's good on you. But let's see where this shit heads out, because I still haven't seen the motherfucker inside the car yet. I mean, get outside of the car. But, I think what's gonna happen is we'll just have to just sit back and wait, watch, and then, like he was mentioning, It's gonna play out just like O.J. Simpson. If you're as old as I am, you remember, all my cartoons was put on hold so we could sit up and watch O.J. Simpson sit up. He got off and went right back to motherfucking prison because he needed his trophies. That's a stupid thing to go back to jail for. Okay? I'm just saying. I'm not saying like I condone any type of shit. I'm just saying. That's what's gonna happen.
One time coming. Oh shit, get a one time coming. Oh shit, everybody start running. Cause the one time coming. Get a one time coming. Oh shit, everybody start running. Oh shit, driving while black on some flow shit. Gotta stay strapped, stay cold shit. Young nigga ain't trying to see the coffin. Oh shit, one time got behind me, we all sick. Hurry up, put the gun in the stands, count your ass. Put your hands up, you know how the law get. One time coming, gotta run from them. Cause they might pull a gun on them. One time coming, gotta run from them. Cause they might pull a gun on them. Tell my daughter, daddy, love you when I left the crib. Can't take the money with you, so I iced on my wrist. Dog ass nigga, when I'm eating, don't interfere. Maybach, grip, you miss. All the one time coming. Oh shit, get a one time coming. Oh shit, everybody.
Pause. Gotta bring y'all back.
The U.S. on this operation and a number of other world leaders have come out staunchly against how this played out overnight. What are going to be some of the global politics that you're going to be watching for in the immediate days to come? I did read that the UN Security Council will be holding an emergency meeting on Monday.
I would imagine.
And I've been sworn to secrecy, so I don't get to talk about it, but I can
General
definitely
Gutierrez
report about it.
has already, for the most part, condemned this operation. In fact, usually when the U.S. does things overseas of this nature, it is not unusual that the UN will become a very active center saying, oh, it's horrible that the U.S. did this. Certainly we have seen this sort of action from UN representatives, and obviously China doesn't like what's happened here. Russia very much does not like what's happened here. Iran very clearly hates what's happened here because Iran's looking at this and saying, they pulled that off in Venezuela. I wonder if they can pull that off here. And the answer is yes, we probably could. But a number of countries around the world are going to be looking at this. And anytime that you are pulling, even if he's not the legitimate head of state because of the shenanigans he pulled in the last election, nonetheless, countries around the world are very nervous when large powers step in to, essentially depose their de facto leader, which is essentially what we did. We did depose him. He was captured. He's certainly going through due process, legal representation, the U.S. court system, but he was the de facto head of a sovereign country, and so there will be a number of countries that will be saying that. Of course, the other side that kind of mitigates that is that Maria Machado.
And so, Hal, what I'm going to have to do here is cut you off because it does appear that we're seeing some movement. And I will say it's a little bit dark. It's a little tough to make out who exactly we're seeing. It's a little bit tough to make out what agencies these men are with, but we have seen
FBI, DEA, and
authorities with FBI jackets and DEA jackets. And we've seen a number of these.
They trying to figure out who the fuck's in them suits.
Going up and down the stairs.
I'll tell you the fuck it is.
Have not seen Maduro yet.
I'll tell you the fuck it is. They trying to find out where Maduro's at.
We'll try and get the best vantage point possible here under the darkness of night. Does appear
oh boy,
that we're starting to see a group moving their way down.
Making our way downtown,
deplaning.
Getting ready to go to jail. FBI,
Does look like they're taking photos or a video. of
A few
Maduro
days ago, he was in the front of a
coming down
microphone
the steps.
yelling at people, talking about the Jews will not replace us. Now he's in handcuffs in United States custody.
Now, from my vantage point,
yeah, ma'am.
It appears to me that Maduro
just nothing to talk about.
Is coming down on the left.
Nothing to talk about.
Hand portion of your screen.
Yeah, so they're gonna bring him. They're getting ready to bring him to justice.
Given the visibility and given the time of night. But that was it.
So,
that was Maduro deplaning.
Oh, there he is.
And then presumably, as you were mentioning, Hal, we will see him be transported to some sort of federal jail facility. A truly stunning moment after a stunning military operation.
The ear hustle is real.
The U.S. saying that they are going to run Venezuela for now. But the State Department has not immediately given details about how they would run Venezuela in the absence of Maduro. They haven't said what authority they would use to administer it. They haven't said whether it would involve any American personnel, either civilian or military. We've got two different vantage points of this scene. And unfortunately, this is the one with the best visibility. It's even darker on our other camera. But clearly, Maduro there in the center of your frame, being walked by a large group
of
U.S. personnel.
That's definitely true.
Including some DEA.
Yeah, oh boy, that's a lot of people.
That are filming as
that's a lot of people.
Call this a perp walk.
I was waiting to see how this was going to play out.
An absolutely stunning moment watching Nicolas Maduro walking on U.S. soil less than 24 hours. He was captured.
Oh, they got his head covered.
The long arm of U.S. law enforcement that we were able to reach out and get him. And I have no doubt that around him, one of the reasons you see so many people around him is because in that video, you're going to see the patches of various different agencies, such as the FBI, DEA, potentially U.S. Marshal Service is involved, could be HSI, Homeland Security Investigations is involved, could be a number of different agencies. And of course, the U.S. military was very much involved, but the U.S. military doesn't normally arrest people. That's just not a Title 10 U.S. military function. So they would take him into custody, detain him, but as far as any formal processing from a legal standpoint, they would have handed him over early on to some federal law enforcement representative, maybe DEA or FBI, and they would actually take him into legal custody and process him for arrest. Now, he could have already been gone through the processing for arrest prior to getting here, and I would not be surprised if they had everything set up to do that. You know, take his picture, fingerprints, everything else, and process him in the system. Or they could have simply brought him into the U.S. to do that, although I think they would try to do that somewhere else. There was discussion, and I don't know if this was correct, but there were reports that he may have gone through Guantanamo Bay, and that would be a venue where they could have processed him in. Of course, I would say that if he was on any U.S. ship in international waters, like the USS Iwo Jima, that would certainly seem to be a suitable venue for processing, making a formal arrest, and going through all the steps necessary to put that in place, so that would be done prior to his stepping on U.S. soil, because obviously he's going to have attorneys that are going to challenge everything with this case in terms of custody, certainly chain of custody with any evidence that's gathered. They will be challenging everything. And so I think part of that planning was the legal part of the planning on how they take him and his wife and arrest them and charge them and, take them to trial. And that was probably some very detailed planning that went into that as well. By the way, I know this, I have a feeling that somebody, law enforcement, military or something, must have told him Feliz Año Nuevo just to kind of get a dig in, because it is the new year and this thing happened. Although they said this operation had been planning since mid-December. And there was discussion that there were some weather issues, and you certainly want to remove any weather challenges that you can in this type of planning. If you have that ability, unless there's something that presses that says you have to do it right now, you want to have good weather, and you want to have excellent flying weather. And apparently they had the exact weather they wanted. And the other part of that is, the U.S. was a little bit, from a strategic level, a little bit distracted because we did that big operation over Nigeria, attacking ISIS, or the Islamic State, the Western African province, and going after those targets out there. So we've had a number of challenges on the strategic level, and need I mention all the things that have been going on with the United States, certainly with President Trump and others, involving the war in Ukraine and negotiations there. So I think they kind of were looking for a window when this was politically clear that they didn't have all these other distractions that would take away from what's happened here. And the proof is in the pudding, which is this was a extremely well conducted, well executed, well planned operation that worked. And nobody with no U.S. forces, from what we're told so far, no U.S. forces were killed, which is amazing when you're going into a heavily armed compound like that. That in and of itself, that many aircraft flying around, the chance of an air defense missile possibly taking out a helicopter or some other aircraft would seem to be extremely high. No reports of that. There were reports of go ahead.
I got to ask you, because we only got a couple minutes left here. And by the way, I just want to make clear that we've got a live vantage point of a ground level shot showing an area outside Stewart International Airport. We're not sure what we'll see on this camera, if anything, but if we do see a motorcade drive past, we'll try and take that live as we see it. I've been playing this replay, and this is the last question I have time to ask you. We've been watching this replay back. It looks like looks like Maduro's face is covered. And that certainly was the case with the photo that was shown earlier that President Trump posted. He was wearing a mask, and then now we see him with what appears to be a face covering as he just deplaned. What's the threat assessment there, and why do they feel the need to cover Maduro's face?
Well, they don't want him to see anything. They also want to, if there is by any chance a sniper or somebody else out there who's been tasked with stopping him, and you got to remember he was a head of a rather large drug cartel, and there could be those who are saying, look, they don't want him in U.S. custody. He knows too much information. He could reveal details that we absolutely, from a drug cartel standpoint, absolutely do not want the U.S. government to know about. We've seen what the U.S. government is capable of doing and certainly willing to do. And so they could have tried to do something like to take him out. That's not unusual. I would not be surprised. I didn't see it. Maybe you did. I would not be surprised if you had more than one individual come out wearing a hood or looking similar to Maduro, simply to deceive anyone out there who's watching us what's going on. Also, you don't want Maduro to see anything or hear anything. You want to isolate him as much as possible. There is a certain psychological dimension to this where you want to, when they do interview him, and certainly he'll have lawyers there, will probably tell him not to say anything. But when they do interview him, they want to be able to gather as much information as they can, and they don't want him listening or seeing things that he could then use to his advantage in any types of interview or interrogation situation.
Retired Marine Intelligence Officer, National Security Analyst, and host of the Strap podcast, Hal Kemper, here with us. I'm Austin Westfall. Hal, we appreciate your time. Thanks for coming.
All right. This is just the way it goes. Don't ask me how I know. I'm just trying to tell you. What comes next is that, hold on. Pause. Is that the homies come try to break his ass out. Try to make some food real quick. What happens next is that the homies come try to break him out. What they do know And what we know is that he's in New York. Wow, this is a president of a country. Could you imagine somebody snatched up Mr. Hare and took him to their country because they didn't agree with his policies? That's what just happened. Somebody snatched up their president. Some of them like him, some of them don't. Copy. So, what's gonna happen next is, let's just hope that the powers that be that are within that place that we just left or are still surrounding and taking care of don't get all froggy. I'm pretty sure the blockade that's over there is not gonna allow, and we're gonna be checking all flights to have somebody come over here and try to rescue said individual. Copy. So, keep your eyes peeled on this shit, but I didn't know it was gonna happen today. This is the weekend. What a fucked up weekend for some people, right? All right, you understand what I'm talking about. Good copy. So, what's gonna happen is, I guess on Monday, we'll be seeing some shit. We'll be seeing some shit. I decided to go live because this is kind of a major event. This is actually historical, if you ask me. This is probably going to be written down in the history books and shit like that. So, the cover, it is what it is. Albert, comma, I need to eat as well. But low-key, they want to talk about it real quick. Hold up.
He's standing by here. A lot to discuss about Caracas and about where the Venezuelan government goes from here. When asked what would happen if the U.S. ends up administering Venezuela for years, President Trump earlier today suggested the U.S. would use revenues from oil sales to pay for running the country, saying, quote, "The money coming out of the ground is very substantial. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend," he said. So, Rick, does something like that sound feasible?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, certainly. And it's a matter of just managing the resources of Venezuela appropriately and correctly. For past couple decades, it's been all stolen. It's all sitting in foreign bank accounts with Maduro and his cronies. So now we have an opportunity to really, scrub the place clean. Have foreign partners and U.S. companies make the necessary investments in Venezuela and bring its oil production into the 21st century. Something that's been lacking there for a number of years. That revenue then that can be generated from not just oil too. It's minerals, gold, rare earth. The revenues that can be generated from its extraction economy can then be reinvested into Venezuelan infrastructure.
Rick, Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, she's the presumed interim leader of the country, in a televised address to the nation in the last 11 to 15 minutes, she left open the door for dialogue with the U.S. while also seeking to calm ruling party supporters. She said, quote, "Here we have a government with clarity, and I repeat and repeat again, we are willing to have respectful relations." She also said, "It's the only thing we will accept for a type of relationship after having attacked Venezuela," referring to the Trump administration. What do we need to know about Delcy Rodriguez? She spoke a little bit earlier today, but what does our largely American and international audience need to know about her?
There's a lot to know about Delcy. Delcy's got her and her brother, but particularly her. She's been assuming more and more of the criminal enterprise that Maduro ran over the last few years. She's got just as much blood, if not more, on her hands. And honestly, in my opinion, she is nothing more than a Russian agent. She's nothing more than an actual operative of the Cuban intelligence apparatus. And she's just as bad, in some ways, maybe even worse than Nicolas Maduro in a lot of things. So no one ever voted for her. She's never been on any election. She was appointed vice president by Maduro to basically run his inner government and to actually try to put a little bit of brains behind Maduro. Honestly, Maduro is not a very bright individual by any stretch of the imagination. She is, and that's what makes her a little bit more dangerous, I think, in a lot of ways. I'm surprised, honestly, that she's not in Moscow right now. Just that's how close her relationship is with the Russian government.
There's probably a good portion of our audience that doesn't truly understand the Russian-Venezuelan connection. Can you go a little more in depth on that?
Yeah, sure. So, this dates all the way back to 9/11. When 9/11 happened, and rightfully so, right? We focused our attention on the threats of the day and focusing on stamping out, our threats to us from jihadi terrorism in all the different parts of the world. So we kind of turned our back on South America, on the Western Hemisphere, because our attention was somewhere else. When we did that, when that actually occurred, that opened the door to the Chinese, the Russians, the Iranians to establish first a toehold in certain parts and grow and really start to dominate regions like Venezuela. Venezuela itself is nothing more than also a puppet of the Cuban government, Cuban intelligence regime. The Cubans have lent Maduro himself personally the security folks that he needs, the intelligence apparatus to put that in place in Venezuela so they can run systemic fear throughout the entire Venezuelan population. So the Cubans and the Russians have a lot invested there. The Russians would provide the Venezuelans with military support. In exchange for that, Venezuela would pay them in minerals and in oil. And then the same thing occurs with Iran and China. So Venezuela then became kind of like a launching point or an aircraft carrier, right? Where all our enemies could touch down on, and then from there spread out to the other areas in Latin America. Luckily, gladly, finally, we're starting to see that wave change. A lot of the most recent elections in the region have been swinging back towards, supporting democratic institutions, center-left, center-right politics, but at least abandoning the views of anti-capitalism, anti-democracy, Marxism, socialism. So we're moving in the right direction now. Now what you've got is a completely isolated Cuba, completely isolated Nicaragua. Cuba no longer imports its oil from Venezuela. That's over with. They tried to get that from Mexico. That's not going to happen now. So we're going to start seeing the dominoes fall, I think, rather shortly. And I wouldn't be surprised if Cuba and Nicaragua are next.
When we heard from President Trump earlier today at Mar-a-Lago,
I'm taking all this shit in. I'm putting these black-eyed peas, but you already know.
At least in the immediate term, they expect that the U.S. will run Venezuela. A lot of questions about how that will happen.
This came out of, it didn't come out of nowhere.
It's a different type of question out here, though.
It's just that I'm now getting to see how they played it out. That was surgical.
What kind of names come to mind?
Well, I mean, right off the bat, I think the democratically elected president of Venezuela, Hernandez, and also Maria Corina Machado, who ran as vice president. And she had to run as vice president because Maduro made sure that she couldn't be at the top of the billet there. So the people have already chosen, more than once actually, in two separate occasions, that they didn't want Maduro. The last one overwhelmingly elected Maria Corina Machado and her partner to be president. So the leadership structure is there. What we lack right now is the security situation and control over the military that allows that kind of transition to work effectively. And also, let's face it, we're talking about a regime that over the last 20, 30 years has done an amazing job of thinning the ranks, again, help from the Cuban intelligence apparatus, thinning the ranks of any individual thought, of anyone who could be any potential possible threat. Those people were either exiled or imprisoned or, sent off. Now, you need some time to get, direct foreign investment, to get the Venezuelan American community to rally its resources, and to now start, putting their investments back into Venezuela. That's going to be critically important. So it makes perfectly good sense for the U.S. to kind of overwatch that, to make sure that the transition works accordingly, and that democracy once again takes hold there. There are critics of the administration that say, well, the U.S. has a bad history of regime change in other parts of the world, and therefore, what guarantees do we have? Well, this is taking a fresh, unique approach to it. In the past, when take Iraq as an example, we focused on de-Baathification, we held snap elections, and then we kind of just stood back and allowed all these different political parties squabble with each other while Iran was undermining all those democratic efforts within Iraq. I don't think the president's going to allow that to happen in Venezuela. So what's going to happen is we're going to weed out corruption. We're going to go after the folks that have blood on their hands, that have been sending poison to the United States and elsewhere, that have been profiting from human smuggling, from stealing the natural resources and critical minerals of Venezuela and selling it to the highest bidders. The administration has now some time to distance itself and to go after those folks and to make sure that the democratic institutions that are required for Venezuela's success actually take root and hold.
What have you in general seen about how the Venezuelan public is reacting to what happened last night?
Well, you just look at the camera footage from places like Miami, Bogota, and other places. They're out in the streets. They're celebrating. Everyone's looking forward to this. It's the same thing in Venezuela. Although, people are still cautious, right? Because you don't know what you don't know. I think in Venezuela, the overwhelming vast majority of not just the regular citizens, but also the members of the Venezuelan military, nobody had any faith or was ideologically aligned in any fanatical way with Maduro. In other words, there's nobody in the Venezuelan military who was willing to give up their life for the Maduro cause, that sort of thing. And we saw that there's some footage of Venezuelan soldiers hiding in shopping centers as soon as the bombing started in Caracas. So all that bodes very well for the kinds of supports that are required in Venezuela.
We just watched Maduro step off of the plane in New York, and our assumption is that we will see Maduro any moment now arrive to New York City. This was him getting off the plane, and it appeared that his face was covered, much like we saw in the photo that President Trump sent out earlier today. He had that mask over his eyes. Another question about Delcy Rodriguez, the interim leader. Have we and have you seen official confirmation that she is the country's leader at this point?
I have not. I know it did come up in today's press conference that the president gave. This is a very fluid situation. Things are changing by the hour, and I wouldn't be surprised if in the next few days we see a shift or change in whatever that is. If she is the quote-unquote interim leader, I guarantee that it's going to be very, very short-lived. And I'm not sure what she's the leader of. She's not going to be able to sign any deals or be recognized in any way, or to continue any large engagements with any other foreign country or nation. So I'm not exactly sure what's meant by her being defined as the interim leader.
So we have been pretty much listening to and watching closely the social feeds of the White House, the rapid response account, Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Rubio. One thing that I saw during that press conference that Trump sort of touched on was the idea of aging oil infrastructure in Venezuela. What do we know about Venezuela's oil infrastructure, and what did Trump describe he envisions to be the future if the U.S. were to go in and start selling that oil themselves?
Right. So we often hear the quote that Venezuela has whatever the third, fourth, or fifth largest oil reserve on the planet. That's technically true, but the oil that they have is very high in sulfur content. So you can't put that into your cars. You can't really work with it very much. The only thing it's really good for is probably to make asphalt. That's about it. So you have to take that crude oil, and then you have to process it. You have to thin it down and make it into refined gasoline, refined oils, something that can be used, right? So that's a that's a process. It's a costly process, and that's why Venezuelan oil always trades at a significant discount compared to, say, U.S. sweet crude. So what that means is that the equipment used to do this kind of work over the last 20 years, due to the corruption that exists within Venezuela, and then later the strong sanctions that have been imposed on Venezuela, all that equipment has been faltering, has been failing, requires to be swapped out, repurposed, additional investments. So just like any machine, if you use it long enough and you don't maintain it, machines break down. So there's a lot of investment there in the oil sector that has to be undertaken in both the extraction, processing, and shipping of their oil, not to mention refining. And that's one of the things that Iran, China, and Russia used to help out with. They take that really sour crude that they would have, bring it back to their home countries or to some third country, refine it, and then sell it in the open market at a discount. That's over. That's done with.
Moving forward, how big? Let's just help us put this into perspective for people who might just be learning about Venezuela and its oil entities. Explain to us how rich of an industry this is in Venezuela, especially if new infrastructure and new processes were to be introduced to the region.
It would make Venezuela one of the richest countries again. Prior to Chavez's revolution, right, Venezuela was the second wealthiest, or excuse me, had the second largest GDP in this hemisphere, right behind the United States, right? Keep that in mind, behind the United States. Now, if you fast forward to today, I think it's like the third poorest, with Cuba and Haiti leading for Venezuela. That goes to show you what the Maduro Chavez regime has done to that country. So, on the good side news, right, is that these Venezuelan Americans, they remember a time of prosperity, they remember a time of freedom, and now they're in a position where hopefully they can make those investments and go back home again and pick up their lives from where they left off. Some will, some might not. But in other words, the knowledge is there. We're not dealing with a country that has never experienced democracy or has never really worked in this century, right? That's not the case in Venezuela. So the will is there, the capital is there, the intent is there. So all those things bodes very, very well for Venezuela. The impact of oil on its industry is huge. That's the number one thing that Venezuela does. That's what Venezuela is known for. It is an oil economy. If they're able to stamp out the corruption, make their product marketable, there are plenty of U.S. investors who are willing to do that. Prior to Chavez, 20% of all oil here in the United States used to come from Venezuela. Just to show you the size and scope of what that can be again.
If you're the leader of a country like
if you're the leader
Cuba
of a country like
today,
Cuba or
Colombia
today,
to prepare for
what are you doing to prepare
that could come next in light of what happened
that could come next in light of what happened in Caracas? Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question. I think this administration has been relatively very clear to everyone, not just in the region but in the world. America's back. America's back. The West Ham is of critical importance to the United States. We're not going to give an inch to our adversaries, from the Panama Canal to the Antarctica with Chinese expansion and research centers there, all the way to Greenland, right? With the Chinese and its work there in the Arctic Circle. These are real threats to national security, and we have to protect ourselves and our borders. Others will disguise it as whatever they want to call it, some expansion or aggression on behalf of the United States. That's not the case at all. Like I said, we've been asleep at the wheel for a while. We just woke up. So we're putting things back in order again to what they were. If I would have told you 10 years ago that Russian Spetsnaz special forces would be running around in Venezuela, you would have laughed at me. You said that's impossible. But lo and behold, it occurred. It happened. Not anymore. So I think that is a matter of serious security to the United States. The chaos that we saw on our southern border Nicolas Maduro was behind a lot of that, right? The fentanyl deaths that we see in our country, again, Cartel de Soles, Tendaragua, Nicolas Maduro, all these folks are behind it. So, to people like Petro, to people like Daniel Ortega in Nicaragua, to Diaz Canales in Cuba, this is a serious warning to them. You can't run a country. And at the same time be allied with narco-terrorists, enemies of the United States. There's just no room for that anymore. The risk is way too high. We are now in a new era. Where cyber threats can cripple countries, where nuclear issues can destroy communities and cities. We're not going to take that risk, and we're just not going to allow a country too close to the United States to flood our country with poisons or illegal immigrants or anything that could be a possible threat to us.
I asked earlier about the Russian connection to Venezuela. If you could you expand more on the China and Iran connections to Venezuela as well?
What do you mean?
Yeah, sure. In China's case, basically what you've seen throughout not just Latin America but in Africa too is their Belt and Road Initiative, where they promise heavy investments in lesser developed countries. We'll build your ports. We'll invest in your mining. We'll invest in whatever, transportation, freeways, bridges.
We're gonna let them
in exchange for those investments, of course. We'll even lend you the money. You don't have to pay us. We'll lend you the money, and of course you pay us back with favorable, quote unquote favorable terms. And then what happens is you become a sovereign. Your sovereign state becomes a slave to Chinese debt. Because you can't even cover the interest to pay those bills back. And sadly, there's been a lot of politicians in third world countries that take the bait. Because they see the immediate political gain to be able to turn to the populace and say, hey, look, it's because of me the Chinese are investing in this port. But the sad secret is that when the Chinese do build that port, they build it with full Chinese labor, usually slave labor or a combination of slave labor and the People's Liberation Army of China. They build the port. Then once they're done building the port, they don't give the local government any access to that port. And they bring in their ships, and they bring in their gantry cranes and their port operators. And they make sure that everything that goes in there only benefits China itself. A classic example of this is what they did in Myanmar, Rangoon. What they did in Myanmar, they built a great port. Then they built a great infrastructure to support mining operations there. And then they built a wonderful highway and freeway that takes you from 1 to 2 locations, the port to the mines. And at the end of the port was a Chinese ship. And that was it. So everything, all the extraction from that country was going to one place, and that's China. So China knows that's what they do. They're not that politically involved, I guess, in wanting to focus on political changes. Russia, on the other hand, is more of an irritant. They see the opportunity to sell their military hardware, which by every engagement that we've seen over the last couple of years, actually last number of years, wherever Russian equipment goes up against U.S. equipment, there's no competition. U.S. equipment completely obliterates them. We saw that now in Venezuela, where their surface air systems just didn't work or were completely destroyed and taken offline. So they sell, outdated, inferior systems to these countries, and in exchange for that, they provide intelligence support. They provide manpower. They provide, all the things that you need to prop up an illegal regime. And in exchange, they take the oil from Venezuela and whatever else they can get their hands on. And then as for Iran, Iran is also more ideological. Their investments are in these cultural centers that Iran likes to put in different parts of the world. But not secretly, it's openly known. These Iranian cultural centers are nothing more than intelligence platforms for the Iranians, where MOIS and the IRGC operate out of. These folks, they go around and then try to operate not just locally to spread their venom and get more and more folks to convert to their whacked out views on Islam, on their violent views on Islam. But then from there, they also try to launch operations against the United States. And there's been plenty of open source reporting on that. I can assure you there's a lot more that folks don't know about, but plenty of open source reporting on that, where the Iranian government, where Iranian elements within Venezuela have been actively working with folks here in the United States to conduct illegal terrorist activities in the United States.
Rick, before we let you go, what's worth tracking? And I suppose really the question is, what's most worth tracking in the immediate days ahead? There's so much to watch for. But I suppose, what are you looking for in the immediate days and the immediate weeks ahead?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, and you're right. It's so much to track, and obviously, I strongly believe I'll probably get this wrong as I say this to you, but I think what we're going to have to look at is one, that the security situation in Venezuela calms itself down. I'm pretty confident that will occur. But then position Maria Corina Machado into a position where she can finally take the helm within Venezuela. In the meantime, I think the real hard work starts now. We're talking the kind of work that we haven't done since World War II, right? Rebuilding a nation in a way that the U.S. presence is fundamentally involved at every step of the way. And I don't harken back to Iraq, where that was more hands-offish, and we allowed the Iraqis to kind of carve their own way to democracy. That's not the case down here, I don't think. I think what we're going to see is strong cooperation and partnerships with American industry, with Venezuelan Americans, with people in Venezuela and the greater international community, and really setting Venezuela right and making sure that it's aligned with the rest of the world and not aligned with the likes of Iran, Cuba, Russia, China, North Korea, and others.
Is Machado popular enough to become the leader of Venezuela eventually?
Well, yeah. I mean, she won the election by some accounts as much as 80% last year. Of course, the Maduro regime did everything it could to hide that, to lie about it, to do ballot stuffing, and even then, they really couldn't. So every independent observer of that election process came back with the same universal agreement that Machado and her party won that election. So she is the legitimately elected leader of Venezuela.
We have appreciated your being generous with your time today. Rick De La Torre is a former Caracas chief of station and former intelligence officer. Thanks for the time tonight. We'll be checking in.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. All right, the time approaching 6:30.
West Coast shit, my nigga rich, blaze track. Girls that used to turn they back, causing me to yank they arm and pose like I would do them all. Now I'm saying thank you, cause they tell me my shit's the bomb, explosive. But my niggas drinking cognac, smoking weed, always pack. More than one firearm, chrome rims, right on. Chronic in your system, let me know. My shit's the bomb, explosive.
West Coast shit, nigga, overdosage, imperial pistols, ferocious. Fuck a bitch, don't tease, bitch, strip tease, bitch. Eat a bowl of these, bitch, gobble a dick. Host got to eat a dick and shut the fuck up. Gargle and swallow a nut up, shut up and get my cash. Backhanded, pimp slap backwards and left stranded. Just pop your collar, pimp convention hoes for $1. 6 deuce in a flush, 6 deuce and Impala. Pimpin' hoes from Texas to Guatemala. Bitch niggas pay for hoes, just to lay with hoes. Relax one night and pay to stay with hoes. Captain save them all day. Well, say this dick, bitch nigga. You more of a bitch than a bitch. You ain't into hitting pussy or hitting the switch. You into hitting bitches off of the grip, you punk bitch.
All my real dogs still kicking with me. All my down hoes still tricking with me. All the true gangsters know they ain't never loved no gold. All the hood rats still shaking for me. All my true fans still checking for me. All the real smokers know they ain't passing nothing but dope indeed. Real trees, chronic leaves, no seeds.
song, brother.
Officials in his administration speaking about the operation in Caracas that captured
Fucking
Nicolas
up the
Maduro.
track.
Let's watch.
Okay,
Man,
thank
you know
very
what?
much. This is big stuff.
Hey, look.
Appreciate you being here.
I think at this point in time,
Late last
we're
night.
going in circles.
And early today,
And so,
at my direction,
what I got
the
for you
United
is this.
States Armed Forces
Until I see something new,
conducted an extraordinary military operation
if you haven't,
in the
if you
capital
haven't figured this shit
of
out yet,
Venezuela.
shame on you, brother. Shame on you. I'll leave it in the background, though.
Before I blew your mind, blew your mind.
What I'm gonna do is,
I thought we had a chance, lady.
what I'm going to do is let this shit ride. And I think we've figured out exactly what the fuck is going on. You know what I'm talking about? I'm still waiting for them to show said individual go into the building, okay? So right now we on repeat. We're repeating the same story. However, we have yet to see an individual enter a building. I did see an individual debarking an aircraft. So at least that's what we're showing so far.
No more. Now that I'm sober, you ain't that fine. Don't wanna treat you wrong. Don't wanna lead you on. Here, baby, hit the bomb while the West Coast rolls along. While we still making gangsta hits, you'll be still talking gangsta dicks. Damn girl, you think you're slick? Somebody better get this big.
I got these freaky hoes clapping their hands, stomping their feet. Every now and then they put their mouth on me. Nowadays a G like me can't even call it a 23-year-old pussy fiend and freakaholic. Pimping bitches on the regular, I put that on the G. A hustler and a player, nowadays it pays to be. Let me drop some shit about this bitch I used to know. She gave your boy the head and said don't let nobody know. A bonafide pro, I had to grab a hoe. She got freaky in your 64, I skeeted in her throat. Been knowing the hoe for 4 days, pimpery pays. And I bet you didn't know that she go both ways. She ate her best friend, I left them hoes at the mo. They be beeping me and shit, but we don't kick it no more. Them hot hoes is fiending, they on the nuts. But bitch, I'm out your pussy when I nut. For real.
Explosive, 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 explosive.
Que paso? I know that's a little aggressive, but it's kind of real life. We definitely don't want to hear if you're happy, you know it, clap your hands. Because what I kind of learned about doing music is that, well, I tell you what, sex sells. But there's also times where you can make music where it makes sense and you can actually listen to it. Case in point.
I get up, I get down, and I'm jumping around. And the rumpus and rug gets so comfortable now. Been a hell of a ride, but I'm thinking it's time to grow. So I got an apartment across from the park. Working while in my fridge, still I'm not feeling grown. Been a hell of a ride, but I'm thinking it's time to go.
Here we go.
Your best face on, everybody pretend you know this song. Everybody come hang. Let's go out in the rain. I'm way too young to lie here forever. I'm way too old to try. So whatever, come hang. feel like I'm gonna puke, cause my taxes are due. Do my password begin with a 1 or a 2? Been a hell of a ride, but I'm thinking it's time to grow. Metronome. Man, I'm up to something. Woody-la-dee-do, thank you all for coming. I hope you like the show, cause it's on a budget. So woody-la-dee-do, yeah. Come on, here we go, yeah. Come on. Here we go. So put your best face on, everybody pretend you know this song. Everybody come hang. Let's go out with a bang. I'm way too young to lie here forever. I'm way too old to try, so whatever, come hang. Let's go out with a bang.
Going crazy, ladies and gentlemen.
So put your best face on, everybody pretend you know this song. Everybody come hang. Let's go out with a bang.
The leader of Venezuela, okay? So,
here we go.
Let's see where this shit goes from here.
Everybody pretend you know this song. Everybody come hang.
Glad you guys know.
Let's go out with a bang.
What are you talking about? Now you know. You got Venezuela.
Here we go.
The food is very delicious, and the people are very friendly when they're not being oppressed.
And what could have taken place?
Copy.
We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the
What happens
biggest
from here on out, we
in the
don't
world.
know. But
Go
what we do
in,
know is that we've been
spend billions
stealing
of
their
dollars,
tankers.
fix the
and
badly
they're trying to
broken
send illegal
infrastructure,
oil to
the
different
oil
countries.
infrastructure,
Been blowing
and
up their
start
little
making
small
money
drug
for the
boats.
country.
It was only a matter
And
of
we
time
are
before the United
Ready
States,
to stage a second and much larger attack if
the United
we
States
need to
went
do
to go
so.
and
So we
take
were
care of some
prepared to
business.
do
Now,
a second
here's a good
wave.
question. Will Venezuela
If
retaliate against us?
We needed to do so. We actually
We don't
assumed
know.
that a second
I'm
wave
not gonna
would
say that
be
that's for
necessary,
sure or
but now
not.
it's probably not.
However, Combo,
The
what I
first
will say is that there's a
wave,
whole
if you'd
fucking
like to
naval
call it
armada
that,
out
first
front
attack
door.
was so successful, we probably don't have to do
And
a
there's a
second, but
bunch
we're
of
prepared
planes
to
waiting
do
for 'em.
a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually.
Like he said right there.
This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This
Probably won't have
partnership
to
of
do.
Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody
Copy.
wants to be
So,
involved with
I want
because
you to
of
understand, I'm in
what
the
we were
Department
able
of
to do
War.
and
We kill
accomplish
people.
will make
I'm
the
not the
people
police
of
department,
Venezuela
and I'm not your
rich,
security guard.
independent, and safe.
I'm in
And
the
it will
Department of
also
War,
make the many,
Department
many
of
people
Defense,
from
formerly.
Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely
We're not here to
happy. They suffered.
hang out and
They
push you on
suffered.
a swing.
So much was taken from them. They're
Oh, no.
not going to suffer anymore.
Once you
The
activate your
illegitimate
United
dictator
States
Maduro was
military,
the kingpin of a vast criminal network
you can best
responsible
bet we're
for
not coming to go
trafficking
sweep fucking another
colossal amounts
country.
of deadly and
Sweep their
illicit
fucking
drugs
ground.
into the
No,
United
sweep 'em
States.
in a different type of
As
way.
alleged in
Metaphorically
the
speaking.
indictment, he
Copy.
personally
So
oversaw the
this is
vicious
just an
cartel
example of
known
what
as
precision and
Cartel
training is
de
capable
las
of.
Solas,
This is the
which
United
flooded
States of
our nation
America.
with
When we
lethal
say
poison
something,
responsible for
do
the deaths
something.
of countless
Copy.
Americans, the many, many Americans, hundreds of
So now,
thousands over the years of Americans
we'll see where we
died because of
move
him.
here on the fuck
Maduro
out.
and his wife will soon
Copy.
face the
Hope you
full
guys have a
might of
fine,
American justice and stand
wonderful
trial
day.
on American
And always
soil.
remember, if you're gonna go anywhere,
Right now, they're on a ship
Go
that will be
Navy.
heading to ultimately